Because this doesn't need to be here then. I guess you're good over there. So I'm wondering if we're actually live. Let me give me a sec. I'm gonna go over there and I will check. Let's see. Is it happening? Is it absolutely happening? I'm very curious. Apparently we are live. Let me give it a listen real quick. Okay, it's echoey. It's echoey, but we're gonna have to deal with that, I think. Because that's the best I can do. It's a scuffed setup. Actually, I still need to do one more thing. God damn it, I still gotta do one more thing. Okay, excuse me once again. Bear with. I guess you could look at my super messy like painting setup if I don't like knock all of this over. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful painting setup. That's just a mountain of fucking paint. You don't need that in your life, but apparently I have it. Alrighty, I gotta do like two things. Two entire things. Can you imagine having to do two things? It's incredibly frustrating, for lack of a better word. But we gotta do it. Okay, well one of the things might be taken care of, kind of. Kind of. Not really, but it exists now. And the other thing is gonna be this. That's my keyboard. You can very loudly hear my keyboard. That's a good thing, I think. I think that adds to the quality. Oh, and sorry for the delay, by the way. Obviously, gotta apologize for that. I meant to, like, come on a little bit earlier, but I had basically no time to actually prepare anything. As you can see, I literally just got all the painting stuff out of my little, like, closet-y area, so we gotta, like, dismantle this, and then we can actually get into painting proper. And do the thing that we're supposed to be doing. I know, incredible. Can you imagine doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing? I guess I could do, like, one more thing, now that I'm thinking about it, while we're still here. Do I want to do that, though? I don't know. Should I? You know what? I should. I'll do that. I'll go over here once again and leave you be just for a little wee moment. I think you guys can maybe manage for just a second. You can still hear Daddy's voice. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. I'm eventually gonna get back there and actually set up my painting stuff. Promise. I promise it's gonna happen in this lifetime. Not the next, but this one. It's absolutely going to happen. Fear not. Pay no attention to the man currently off screen. Clearly, just ignore them. That's for the best. Honestly, that would be the best. If you just ignore me all the time, I think that would be the best. But we don't live in a perfect world, I think. Okay, doke. I need to check something over here too. So you can bask in the glory of my built-in webcam quality. I tried to get my other webcam to work, by the way, the one that I have on my other computer. That's what I was messing with originally, but it didn't really want to work, unfortunately. I was very disappointed. I was actually incredibly disappointed because it is just messy. It just doesn't work at all. Okay, I now need to go over here. Is this gonna work? It's absolutely working. My God, can you imagine? Can you imagine things working? Like ever? It's incredible. Oh my God. I'm good, thank you. Let me do this. Let me do that. Alrighty. I think we all have it set up now, which is pretty good. I think I might be able to come back over here now. Hopefully the volume isn't too bad, like in terms of the mic volume. I haven't checked it in a hot minute. Apparently this is still like stuttery. I have the stream manager on my other PC open. That's kind of what I was messing with, because I want to have OBS on here, even if it kind of gives apparently a very unrealistic picture. Because there's no stutter here. And I don't appear to have dropped frames either, so I'm not sure what that is about. But hey, apparently shitty laptop is maybe not the way to go. I guess I could have attempted to set up the painting stuff on my desk and then had to change fewer things. That's something for the future to think about. But normally I paint here. I think I mentioned this before. Normally what I do is I just get my stuff set up here, and I just paint while standing up. You know, horses eat and sleep while standing up, so I figure humans might as well paint standing up. Like, look at the absolute scuff. This is Vallejo liquid metal. It probably has more liquid metal on the side now than inside of it. It's a great paint to paint with, though. Actually, a pretty good metallic. Big fan of it, I would say. I got a million brushes. I only ever use like 3, though, so I don't know why I have that many. It's all an elaborate ruse to appear a lot more refined than I actually am. And now I'm realizing, you know, you ever do that with mini painting when you get into it and you start thinking like, boy, oh boy, do I actually have the paints that I need? Because I'm starting to think, like, do I have any basic metallics? But I guess if I have any kind of metallic silver color, we can just mix whatever we need. So I think we'll be fine. I think, yeah, I have some bright silver. There's some bright silver here that we could use. That could be fun. We could mix some stuff. A long time ago now, a couple months ago, I moved over to the GW thing, the little racks that they have. And I gotta be honest with you, I'm incredibly disappointed in them. Because the original reason I switched over to these, instead of the stuff that I had 3D printed, was because I was thinking like, oh man, it's gonna be super dope, and I'll just get to have a good time, and they can fit so many more paints. But then they can't, actually. They don't fit any fucking paints at all. And it's kind of annoying. It looks nice, but even the actual storage of it is a lot more difficult. So I think I bamboozled myself. I still got the 3D printed stuff that I was using before. I might move back to that eventually, because this is not actually the improvement I thought it was going to be. It looks nice, though. Like, look at this. I got all the little tall boys over here. It looks super dope. But it's not very actually functional, turns out. Turns out there's a reason no one fucking uses these things, huh? I'll run you through my setup once we get it all over here. But some parts of it won't make sense for this stream, and I think that's okay. Okay, so this goes here. Hopefully that didn't, like, screw the mic completely. No, it didn't. The cable isn't that loose. Unlike your mom, clearly. Alright, we could put this over here. So let me run you through. Let me show you what we got going on here. It's gonna be a little more difficult with this camera. Do I want to switch it over to the other one just for that reason? Maybe we can use it for that. You know what? Maybe I can make the most of it. Let me grab this one. You see, we're gonna make it happen. It's like right now, this is my other webcam. It has a little handle. It's actually perfect for this. Oh man, look at this. So I'm gonna change scene real quick so I can like run you through what we're dealing with here. Oh god, I'm already knocking paints over. No, it's happening. It's absolutely happening. Okay, let's just. Okay, so this is what we're gonna be attempting to paint. There's the reason why we got like the Warhammer tag is because I'll be working on the Necron terrain stuff, and this is the other guy that we're gonna be working on. Let me like try to get him over here. I'll show you the actual setup. I'll give you the behind the scenes. So he's Goldar the Barbarian. He's actually the top priority. I just want to shade the things that I showed you before. So this is like an old Citadel project box thing that I usually paint on the top of. You can kind of tell. It's not just the top of it. It's got like this little like Citadel thingy. When I used to run the store, I got like 3 of these. No one bought any, so I ended up buying one myself. And believe it or not, this is a palette. It's just kind of glued on there almost because of all the paint on it. You can kind of see that I'm a messy painter, and for that reason I put down some kitchen paper, generally speaking, when I paint. The collection of brushes that have all seen better days, but they are the workhorse of the century. Those are the paints that we were talking about, and are you ready to like witness the absolute scuff that is this stream? So like, I want you to be prepared. What I'm about to show you, you might never recover. Look at this shit. I got my microphone on like a little standee, so that it's a little higher up, so that hopefully the sound waves reach it better. And you may notice that I have like 2 other displays, and on the edges of those displays is where you got this. Oh my god! Oh, I'm losing my mind. Let's switch off of that real quick. I think making an infinite tunnel is maybe not that cool anymore. But yeah, so that's currently the ultimate scuffed setup, patent pending, of course. And yeah, that's what we're going to be working on with. So before I jump in any further, what we're going to try to do a little bit, I got like these things I was showing you earlier. So these are the Convergence of Dominion, and I tried very hard to eliminate most of the little mold lines and stuff that they had. Didn't always work in every place, unfortunately. I was a little bit impatient with some of them, but it's terrain. I think I did like a decent enough job. And they're super shiny. I don't think it shows up on stream just how fucking shiny these are, but I went to great lengths to get them this shiny, actually. I literally spray painted them black, spray painted them with gloss varnish, and then hit them again with like another, with like Vallejo silver. So this is about as shiny as you can go with metal. And it's going to be important. What I'm doing now, this is a makeup brush. This is probably the best fucking thing you can get for dry brushing, actually. So if you ever need a dry brush, just either steal like a significant other's makeup brush. Hopefully it's one that they haven't used or aren't using, because that could get annoying. But like either steal one or just buy one from like a pharmacy or, you know, like your local little store. Because they're so soft that they're actually the best for dry brushing. You just gotta make sure that you clean them out. What I do, and I don't know if it's good or not, but what I tend to do with these is whenever I'm done dry brushing like a bunch of colors, I usually do like a ton of transitions with dry brushing. I go and run to the kitchen, put some like dishwashing like soap on it, and I just like do like this on my hand or whatever to work it out of the bristles. I mean, you can kind of see this one. It's already going all over the place. It didn't used to be like so, you know, outward, but it's still kind of good for our purposes now. What you really want to avoid is for stuff to settle into the recesses and basically make the bristles hard and unable to take up paint. So you might be thinking like, okay, you didn't load any paint on this, what are you doing? I'm just dusting these off because I actually base coated all 6 of the Convergence of Dominion, and yes, I own 6 like total models, so 2 kits. I don't know why, I just really like how they look. I base coated these months ago, and they've just been chilling in my living room on top of like a wardrobe. So they probably have a bunch of dust on them, and we're about to hit them with a bunch of stuff. I'm about to show you how messy we go with painting. I'm wondering, should I put on like some very like just some background music? We could put on some background music, but I don't know how necessary it is. If you're creeped out by me constantly talking, then I don't know, like say something in chat. Say like I am definitely absolutely creeped out right now, and I'll put in some music, because I did put the songs that I usually use for stream stuff, essentially every song by Ray Kerfoot, on like a little like thumb drive, and it's on my table, but I didn't get to put it in there. Yeah, pump it up. Welcome in, Ren. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. I can maybe do that without knocking over everything on my setup. Let's do that. Pretty sure I just knocked over poor Goldar. Oh no, Goldar! You already knocked out. I can't believe it. You're working on manlets? Based. Big base. I'll be working on like a fucking shredded chat apparently later, but right now I'm just working on Necron dildos. I'm just dusting off my dildos, as you do on a Thursday night apparently. I forgot that this laptop has like so much shit on it where it's instantly, anytime I stick something in it, it's like, oh my god, I gotta check if there's like 18 viruses on there or not, and it's like, bro, it's just some MP3s. It's literally like nothing. Don't worry about it. Does this also have groove now? I kind of touched the mic, sorry about that. Because I never know. All of my computers are different but worse, but in like similar ways, if that makes any sense. It's a wonderful, wonderful time. Oh, I have no BRB screen either, so this is going to be like a marathon stream where we just don't stop for anything. We cannot stop. It's impossible. I wonder if the playlists got like saved as well. I guess they'll remain to be seen. You know what, let's be kind of smart. I think I might need to move this stuff later anyway. What if I go in here and then I just do this, and then you're gonna get that stuff over there. This is an incredibly interesting stream so far. I think you'd agree. It's just me talking, and I've barely shown like 2 models maybe, and probably the most scuffed and fucked up looking setup in the history of ever. But hey, if it ends up being a fun time, then I'll actually make like something better. So, you know, right now the big difficulty I have obviously is the incompatibility with the other webcam, because having 2 webcams would be actually useful to show like painting stuff, but I would want to mount the other one in a way where you could maybe see like what's going on here. So right now I'm doing this instead because it's something relatively easy for me to do. All right, let's see. I mean, these look like files I can play. So interestingly enough, we can do the BRB music if we really want to. You know what I'm kind of scared of though? Like, I'm scared of how loud this is gonna be, because I think I might be on speaker, but I need to check. I never considered this. Normally I'm just on like, headphones, obviously. Yeah, I just muted. That's beautiful, but does it help anybody with anything? No, it does not. Turns out it does not. Oh, and I gotta go into this shithole and figure it all out. My god. So if I go into sound, what does that do for me? Yeah, let's just select that. For some reason, I believe it is using my microphone as an audio device, but for output, which is kind of fucked up. Okay, now I think it should be okay. So now I gotta check something else, though. You know what? You'll have to excuse me for a second here. Let's see. If I hit this, it'll eventually start playing Copium. Should only take two minutes. So it's supposed to be playing. I'm gonna go over here. So it isn't actually playing. I just gotta lower the volume. Sorry for that. We'll figure it out. How about that? Is that any better? Yeah, I noticed the video quality problem. I'm not sure what that is about. I think it's just that this laptop is not particularly great, unfortunately. I mean, for background music, I think this should be fine, and it should be looping. I don't hear it, but that's probably good, because at least it's not interfering with the other stuff. If it gets... How is it now, Ren? We're doing, like, you know, just troubleshooting. I can kind of see that maybe it is still too loud. I think it's just that the microphone position, which I'm kind of unable to do differently. I don't have a boom arm, and I also just touched it, so sorry about that if we, once again, kind of peaked. Alright, let's look at it now. I mean, now I think I'm louder than it, but we could still go a little bit lower just to be on the safe side. Again, this is a scuffed test stream. Could you maybe just, like, you know, use those keys? Thank you. It's not that difficult. Okay, that might be a thing now. So we got, like, something. If it gets too boring, call out if you start hearing the voices, because it's just gonna be like a 2-minute loop. Although I think this is a good song to loop because it feels very continuous, just in general. And it's not bad. It's got some nice guitar themes in it and whatnot. Even though I'm not hearing it right now, I can hear it in my brain, but that's probably just the mental illness, actually. So I was dusting off my Necron dildos, of course. I'm switching over to this brush because it's even bigger. This is, I think, supposed to be an M scenery brush. I've never used it for its intended purpose. I've literally used it also as a giant jar brush for stuff like scenery and stuff, which I guess is apt, like it is scenery brush, but whatever. Yeah, you'll have to excuse the video quality. I think sometimes when the little laptop, like, shits up, it's gonna, like, go to hell, basically. And you're just gonna have to deal with that for the time being. There's an argument to be made to maybe hook stuff up to my main computer and try to use that. But we'll see if I'll get to do that, because cable length is gonna be a problem there for sure. So we'll have to, like, consider how we do that. But yeah, I'm getting the stuff off of these things because we're gonna use this homemade wash. It's black as my soul, and it's just Daler Rowney black, and this was made in March, actually. There's a recipe on YouTube by Guy of Midwinter Minis fame, where he basically, like, explains how to make this stuff. You can also find the same tutorial in, like, Old White Dwarfs and a bunch of other, like, hobby places that have been around long enough. My man did, like, a great job, though, because essentially he made a video format of it, and I think it has, like, probably 1 million fucking views by now, because if you forget how to do it, instead of writing it down, because we're modern and zoomers and all that, you just go back and watch that video, and you just give it another view. So it's genius. It's content that keeps milking itself, essentially. It's the Jormungandr of YouTube content, essentially. The YouTube-gander, if you will. Where it will keep milking itself. Incidentally, milking itself is also the title of my favorite porn movie. Okay, I don't know why we went there, but I still gotta have some bands, alright? We're still gonna try to talk smack, in addition to trying to do like a fun painty stream, like an arts and craftsy kind of thing. Oh, and you know what else I need to do? Fuck, I know I forgot something. Bro, I need to do this. I absolutely need to do this. We gotta like try to get hype with this shit. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, I didn't mute this. It keeps getting worse. It's all going and falling apart. Oh my god. It's all falling apart. Where is this shit? You gotta show me where the shit is. Yeah, here's the shit. Here we go. I posted it. Oh my god, I posted it. I posted it again. I did like some self-promotion. We'll see. Well, I don't think this is a good idea to self-promote when clearly, you know, this is like the worst stream I've ever done. But at the same time, what could go wrong, right? What could literally go wrong? We out here just like dusting off some dildos. It's all good in the hood. Okay, I don't know if we have to dust off this little man over here. It's hard to tell. He's very shiny. I got like some actually gloss white. So he's already like zenithal base coated. I don't know if you can see that. Man, I'm gonna keep hitting that mic so much. It's annoying. But yeah, hopefully you kind of see him. So there's like, you know, some like darkness in the recesses. There's some goodness there. Now, we don't really like want to go in on him just yet because, well, we could, but I'm gonna have to mix like a skin color. I want to go for, he's a half orc essentially. So my character is a half orc, and that's how we're gonna paint him. But before we do that, because we're gonna have to mix some paints for that, I think what I would like to do is I want to get through the messy bits of the painting first. So you're gonna probably watch like a bunch of shit, like just roll down my hands and stuff. And I should have like mixed this up, by the way. So this is the homemade blackwash that I have and that I made before. Let me like do one more thing. Man, I keep like finding an excuse to just leave. I love it. It's so good. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna grab. This is like a very scuffed brush over here. It barely has any movement in it. But it can still be used to apply this kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this guy safely out of reach, out of the splash zone. Because, yeah, this will be messy. Oh, you might have noticed, if you care, if you're like a Warhammer person in the first place, these things are on bases. On these things. They normally don't come on bases, like terrain and vehicles in general, but I put these on bases because I think it looks cooler. And I have like a pretty good base scheme for these things. So I'm looking forward to doing like the crackle effect and stuff on it later. So we're going to go top to bottom as you do with like wash tech, and we're kind of hopefully just going to do all of these, I would say, in about 20 minutes, essentially. They're pretty flat, big surfaces, but I think we can do it in like a fast style for the most part. So I'm just going to put that stuff in there. Now there's an argument to be made that I should wait until like the bubbles like pop with this thing. I just don't care that much. I'm just going to slap it on there and hope for the best. And if, you know, we have some downtime when we're working on the Barbarian, we'll go back into these guys and do a little bit of dry brushing. Because the beauty of the homemade wash with this particular base coating style that I figured out is you can almost like just dust it off, and it remains only in the recesses and like the deepest recesses. So you get like a very subtle effect if that's what you're after. But you have to do it almost right after drying, basically, when the paint is still a little bit malleable. Now, my poor guy got like a little bit of overspray in places, but I think that's okay for a piece of terrain. Again, this isn't exactly the centerpiece of an army. I do like these models a lot, actually. I think they look super cool, which is why I got like 2 packs of them. And even though these are not done, I've considered buying a third. Because, again, they just look cool. This isn't my favorite one, though. My favorite one is the one that is like completely encased. I'll show you that probably next. That's the next one we're going to work on. But yeah, this is some very thrilling painting that you might see going on here. We're essentially just putting on putting on the tiniest bit of this black wash. I couldn't give you the recipe off the top of my head, but I have told you where to get it, so that's almost as good as having the recipe, right? And the recesses are like so deep on this, I'm gonna turn it around so you can kind of see. Like you immediately see the difference, right? There's like the parts that we shaded, parts that we haven't shaded. And it already has dripped down, where we're getting that cool like capillary effect, where it just drips to all the recesses. Because there's a ton of little like veins and stuff on this, essentially, that allow the paint to traverse like throughout. And that's what we're after right now. We're just looking to get this on there. Now, I could go about this even messier and with a bigger brush. I kind of don't want to because I don't want to be super messy. I'm very self-conscious now that this is being live streamed. I'm live on the twitch.tv and therefore I'm scared. I'm absolutely scared. But yeah, we're still eventually gonna work up the courage to just slap all the fucking paint on there in the known universe and just have a good time. Ooh, that's a big drip. Big dripper. In this case, big dripper is good though. And also in life, I guess, if you're a big dripper, you got that drip, that's pretty good if you're a zoomer. If you're a regular, normal person, then it might be difficult. Yo, welcome in, Gabby. How are you doing? Welcome to the most scuffed mini painting stream that you're ever going to see. You missed the part where I showed just how scuffed it is, but I mean the video quality and potentially the audio quality speaks for itself, to be honest. But just know that behind the scenes, this is actually even worse than it looks. It's actually significantly worse. Oh, nice to hear that you're doing good. I'm okay. I had like a pretty late day. I had to do a bunch of stuff after work, which is also why I'm a little late to the stream. Normally I go live at around 8-ish, my time, but we were like 20 minutes late basically because I was busy trying to figure everything out to make it less scuffed. And the sad part is I kind of succeeded and it's still pretty bad. But hey, I guess it kind of works, so it's okay. And like I was saying before, if this ends up being something that we have fun with, then I'll look into making, maybe not a permanent setup, but just a better setup that is also like mobile. Wait, what are you painting? I'm actually painting, so this is a star stele, I think is how it's pronounced. I've never said that word out loud, so that's why I'm a little confused. Never heard of it before. This is one of 3 models that make up the Convergence of Dominion. So essentially, this is like some model-y goodness. You got like these 3 things that come in a pack. You gotta build them and then paint them. And I got 2 of these that I'm currently just like putting some like shade on basically. So I got like this jar of paint that I made. Because we're very, I don't know, I was gonna say homeschooled, but that's completely different. I'm just looking to add some shadows to the model right now. And because this has like a relatively long drying time compared to a bunch of other stuff, we're just gonna like put this on. The thing I actually want to work on is this guy. If you can see with the bad quality. He's a dude with an axe, basically. And I need him painted, well, I would like to have him painted by Saturday, currently. So we'll see if we can make that happen, because on Saturday I'm playing Pathfinder with the one, the only, Ren, who is also in the chat, painting some dwarves, I believe. Calling him out. Parasocial with the chatters, apparently, is my thing now. But he's actually our GM for Pathfinder. And we're gonna have some more adventures. And maybe we won't fuck up this time, because last time we fucked up his story mightily. We made a big oopsie doodle. You can already see the messiness I was talking about. Like, I'm getting the fucking corrupted anime hands. Look at that shit. It's seeping down. It's kind of artistic. I feel like if you like, really read into it, this could be a social statement. But alternatively, it's just me not understanding how very viscous paint works. There's a chance for that, too. But I'm just gonna keep on going. We got like fucking 5 more of these things to do. No, I am not here. That's believable. So edgy. Actually looks good, lol. Yeah, it's weird. It kind of looks good. It almost looks like a tattoo. A little bit right now. It's gonna keep... there's gonna be like a whole motif later because we're gonna do a lot of this. And you have to understand, this is me like trying my best not to paint even more messy. This is like very tame for me. I'm an incredibly messy painter. It's just what I do with these things. I never hold back. I was about to say tattoo idea. I mean, hey, maybe. You know, that's like a pretty good idea. Just get like all sorts of paint marks tattooed on yourself, and then you never have to like clean your arms again. You can just say, oh, it's a tattoo. You wouldn't get it. We're gonna get it like multiple fingers now. I got like another little drippy over there. Let's go. drip boys. I'm getting the drip, not the way most people do, but apparently, you know, this is how I can acquire drip. It requires some paint. Now, normally, because this stuff is relatively expensive, you might wanna, like, be kind of, you know, wary of how much you use of it. But this is homemade stuff, essentially. Like, it has some ink in it. Now, ink is pretty expensive. I believe it is more expensive per weight than gold, which is kind of fucked up. But even so, there's not that much ink in this. It's washing up liquids, some water, and all that. That's how wargamers are. You're getting the wrong drip. Yeah, look, I'm an old man. I just look like a zoomer. That's the big secret. I was talking to a potential colleague earlier today during like work hours, and she might like work with us later, but you know, it's still up in the air right now, and I'm not the person deciding. I was just testing like her English skills, because she might have to do some negotiations with like foreign partners and stuff. So we had like a conversation in English. She introduced herself, talked a little bit about her past, and once we were done with that, she was asking me how old I was, because I basically said something along the lines of like, oh yeah, like, you know, people your age. And she basically asked me like, yo, like, how old are you? Because I think like you're my age, and I'm like, actually 28. And she would not believe it. I'm like the stealth boomer. And at the end, you drink your paint water for extra skill points. Exactly, exactly. Look, I am a dirty brush licker though. Like, you guys will get to see that live on stream and judge me for it. But every time you do, know that I don't care, because only God can judge me. Only God can judge me for drinking my paint water and licking my brushes. Oh God, we're getting some over spill everywhere now. And this is just 1 out of 6. Why did I think this was a good idea? To do this before the guy. This is always what happens when I sit down and paint. I can't just do one thing. I gotta be like, I would be more efficient if I actually did more stuff. So let's get like 6 other models. Like, I need to do 1 model, and instead I'm out here fucking putting this shade on like fucking 6 models before I even touch the one I gotta work on. I'm insane, is what I'm trying to say. But I think if you've tuned in before, this is not news to you. Like, you are keenly aware of this fact, I would say. And to be honest, who's more insane? The person that streams their insanity, or the person that watches the person stream their insanity? Yeah, I'm calling you out in chat. That's what I'm doing. By the way, it's going pretty deep now. It's going down the hand, down the arm. That's the best part. It tastes blue. Oh, exactly. I'm trying to think, like, what's the worst tasting paint that I've tried? I think it has to be Tesseract Glow, the green, like, technical paint that I use a lot on the Necrons. That shit does not taste good. And it has a lingering, like, taste and a lingering pigment in the brushes. It's a bitch to get out of the brush as well. But it looks super cool, so I'm willing to forgive it for that reason. Like, it is a bitch of a paint, but it is true, you know? She's an honest bitch or something, I don't know. Insert relatable meme here. So this guy is essentially, like, shaded now. So you can kind of see it's more like a darkened gray. It's hard to pick it up on stream, but let me show you a version of it without any of the paint that we just added. So this is how it looked before I fucked it up, and this is how it looks now. And what happened is we put that paint on there. So there's like a big difference now. But I'm not gonna do another one of these, because yeah, we have 2 of like each piece. I'm gonna do my favorite piece because I'm indulgent like that. And I just noticed that I missed a spot, so we're gonna go back in and do that. Are there any other spots we kind of missed? This maybe in here. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Let me put this guy down over here. And you're gonna be next, because I like you a lot. So this is actually my favorite of the bunch. I don't know how nice it looks on stream, but it's got like little runes and stuff, if you can see right now. Of course, it's incredibly shiny for the reason I mentioned before. But yeah, this is like the covering. Essentially, the idea behind these is the one that I just did. This is like the one that's, so on the inside of these monolith things, you got these machines. And this is how they were hidden originally. But you know, when they activate, they throw off like the rocks, the carved rocks and everything, and they just turn into like essentially turrets, pretty much. They don't actually do a lot in game. They're kind of incredibly boring, but I really like how they look. And also, I wouldn't say that I do a lot of like narrative gaming, but I want to. And for narrative stuff, I would really love to have more terrain specific to Necrons, because I want to do games where like my friends just fight my Necron army. But I'm not really controlling the Necron army, and they have like different rules. Make it like almost like a cool movie with like, you know, space zombies essentially. I think this is gonna look real pretty with the shade, by the way, because there's so much like little embedded detail on it. On the flatter surfaces. Whoever made these things, man, they knew what they were doing, because this shit looks baller. Let me like put a bunch of paint on it and then show you like what I mean. Oh yeah, like, get that capillary action. Like, look at that. It looks fucking sick. We're gonna like drip it down. It's gonna build up in places, but it also like is pretty viscous, so it goes into the deep recesses. And because this is like a very glossy base coat that we did, it actually moves on the base coat like very, very nicely. If you want your like oily type paints to really like flow, it's a good idea to do some gloss varnish. It's just sometimes annoying to do if you're like brush only. Because the varnishes do tend to have like a relatively long drying time, but sometimes it's worth it because there's a lot you can kind of fool around with. It also allows you to almost reset your progress if you really want to. Like if you mess something up, you can just like wipe it away with your finger if you do it fast enough. It's actually pretty sweet. Now the difficult part of this stream is going to be not doing the second one of these immediately, now that we've started on this, because like I said, it's my favorite out of all of them. It looks cool, it's got like some battle damage, and the battle damage looks so nice with the paint on it now. Oh man, it's been so long since I've actually painted. I think it's been months. I'm trying to remember when was the last time before this stream that I like held a brush, and it's quite a ways off. I want to say it was probably in August, like building up to a tournament. Which is insane, because it's December now. It has been quite a long time. I'm kind of hoping we have a lot of fun doing this, and, you know, maybe I'll have to look into finding a more permanent and less scuffed way of streaming this, but it would be super cool if we could get into it, because, man, that would allow me to be productive with painting and also still stream. That's been a big dilemma of mine, actually. Because I like both, but lately I've just been streaming pretty much in all of my free time, and I've had a ton of fun doing that, which is why I'm kind of addicted to it now. But I missed painting quite a bit. I missed, you know, feeling productive, like finishing models and then putting them on like a shelf and looking at them lovingly, and maybe putting them on a gaming table. Imagine putting stuff on a gaming table? Like, my god, can you imagine? We might do that at some point. I mean, technically Saturday we're gonna put or Goldar the Barbarian on a gaming table and kill some kobolds, some elementals, all sorts of nonsense, just murder everything that comes within arm's reach with our giant fuck-off axe. So looking forward to that, man. It's gonna be a great time. Bro, this looks fucking sick. Look at this. I wish it showed up better on stream, but like look at that little gradient that we're getting in some of the places where it like drifts to the bottom. It just looks fucking good. I still don't actually know what the rocks are going to be painted like. Like, I'm doing the shading now, but the main color I'm still uncertain of. But I think we'll probably just apply some texture with dry brushing later. That's probably the key. We just want to do, like, some subtle rockish texture. Maybe some stippling as well. Hell yeah. Yeah, man, it's looking pretty sick. Alright, I'm going to turn it around. You can bask in the glory of the side that's been shaded. That does look really good on stream, too. It's almost like a tempered steel kind of look. And we can work on the other side. If I do end up doing more painting streams, the thing I've been thinking about, but I don't know how disorienting it would be, is to get like a GoPro with like the head mount. I guess the problem would be, like, I would have to set up the screen a little differently, because I think it would be in frame right now, but it could be useful to give like an actual perspective view of what I'm seeing. Plus it would make it very easy to go like, you know, like, hey, look at that. I just put it closer to my face. But no one does that on Twitch. I don't think I've seen a painting stream with a GoPro. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe the actual quality of it, even with the more recent GoPros, is just not good enough. I actually don't know what those things are like in terms of image quality. I know that some of them are like hella expensive because they can take a beating, which might be useful for me, because as we established, I'm a messy fuck, and I imagine I will drop that shit like every stream if I actually buy one. I guess I'll look into some more technical information about it. I'm pretty sure they capture like HD or even better than HD quality nowadays, to be honest. They probably have like 4K GoPros. Easy. I mean, everything is 4K now, except my stream, of course, because we are the Scuffmeister, apparently. I tried to look at the video output quality, but then I realized it's kind of meaningless, because at the end of the day, I'm still bottlenecked mostly by the webcam on this one. And while my other webcam has, like, better image quality, it's so much more stuttery. Like, right now on stream, you can see, like, a little bit of stuttery action going. I don't see that on here in the preview, because I'm just looking at OBS. And that's, like, silky smooth. So I don't know if the actual encoding is the problem. It might be. GTA developers are not 4K yet, I guess that's true. But yeah, the other webcam just like stutters really hard. I think the image quality might be too good, or the other option, because this has a really shitty processor. And I'm pretty sure that's the reason, because it's using 72% of the CPU right now. I'm assuming to encode. Although maybe that would be more GPU intensive. Look, I don't know. I'm not like an actual computer scientist. You have to talk to someone else to figure that out, but we're using a lot of hardware from a very, very tiny little machine right now, at least. I might get like a slightly better laptop soon though, because this is actually like my hybrid work slash... Oh yeah, grilling it, exactly. Yeah, this is like my hybrid work slash personal laptop. It started off as a work laptop, and I essentially like bought it out like from the company. So I still use it for a lot of work. And it is actually the stuff that I use daily for my job, but I also like get to use it for personal stuff, although it's very infrequent that I use it for anything personal. But I did want to, you know, have access to it, because essentially if I travel, I'm not going to take my giant fucking like desktop PC tower. That's idiotic, dude. I don't want to do that. No one wants to do that. So as a consequence, I ended up doing that. Wait, what do you do? I'm a business manager at like an electronics manufacturing company. That's my day job, actually. But since it's an SME, it's like a small medium enterprise, you kind of do whatever needs to be done. I essentially go to a ton of events, talk to a lot of people. Turns out I'm kind of good at that, as luck would have it. And also try to like do onboarding for the different partners that we have. So when we start cooperating with someone, we do like a ton of research and development. I'm usually the guy that's involved in like most of the early meetings. And eventually I just hand it over to my colleagues when it's the more operational stuff, because I know some stuff about electronics now because I've been working there for like 6 years, but I don't have like a degree in electronics. So like all the stuff I know has just been picked up from my colleagues over the years, which is good. Like that's a good way to learn, I would say. But obviously there's people a lot more qualified to actually answer questions and make the developments themselves. So past like the initial damn businessman, I mean basically, yeah, basically. I'm basically a girl boss without the girl part, I think. I always feel like business stuff is more like a girl bossy thing nowadays. At least Twitter would have me believe that, but I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I'm in Hungary, so there's actually not that many girl bosses. It's still a mostly like chauvinistic thing here. Most of the people you run into are still dudes, which is not bad. But I mean, hey, I like sharp-dressed women, and I don't see enough of them. Is all I'm saying. That's really my chief complaint. Also, intelligent women are something else too. And when it's mostly guys, you're like, okay, like you're smart. Yeah, what of it? Like I don't care that much. But it's a whole thing, man. Climate is different here. Let's put it that way. We got one little site to do. I feel like this was a lot easier to paint than the other one, so I'm very tempted to do his brother immediately, but we gotta do some delayed gratification, I think. We absolutely have to do that, because if I blow my load too early, if I just end up doing all the fun bits, then I'm gonna dread the rest of this, basically. And we're gonna have to go wash our hands, because like, look at this shit. We got like even more vain action going. I'm literally an anime character, bro. Like, the power is corrupting me. I use too much of whatever. I don't know what it is. The dark side? I don't know. Can you imagine Darth Vader as like a pretty anime boy, by the way? Imagine if instead of like falling into lava, he fell into the Uwu machine. And he turned into like a Bishonen guy. I guess that's redundant. Bishonen already implies like the gender, right? I'm very, very bad in terms of, like, weebery. Keep it. I might. It's not even your final form. Exactly. This is me morbing. Me morbing live on stream. It just takes a long time, okay? Happens to a lot of guys. I can't just morb like fucking Dr. Morbius. He's like a black belt in telemorbing, actually. God, man. When he said it's Morbin time, I really felt that. The mighty Morbin Power Rangers. Shonen means boy and male. Yeah, I know that much. But yeah, imagine, like, Darth Vader as, like, a very, like, handsome anime boy. I'm sure there's art of it somewhere, to be honest. Like, people would do that. We got some more droplets on my hand. Any droplets on the chat? One day, I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, maybe I should get more into the weebery because of business reasons now. Because, you know, the internet is such a weeb place, especially Twitch. It's been co-opted by weebs. It's run by weebs. I watch a lot of weeb people, and most of the Japanese stuff just falls off of me, to the point that, like, the most basic shit I, like, don't understand. Like, I when someone explains or reacts to it, I'll get it. The other day I was in a stream, and I'm pretty sure the streamer did the typical little question that's like, well, not typical, but I guess it used to be a typical thing when, you know, like, you would get home and your significant other would ask you if they would, like, run you a bath, do dinner or whatever. And I only figured it out because of context. Like, I didn't understand the words. They were just saying stuff, and I'm like, been saying that for years. And then I saw, like, some response in chat. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Like, I knew that. I got that reference. But, bro, I had, like, no clue. I'm just sitting there, like, just nod and smile. Just, yep, exactly. So sometimes I feel a little out of place, you know? But I think that makes me better at singing Creep by Radiohead, if anything. It is infamous for that lyric, you know, like, I don't belong here. That's like, just like me for real, on Twitch half the time. I think it's okay to not be that much of a weeb, right? Like, it's still fine. In the year of our Lord, 2022, almost 2023, is it okay to not be a giga-weeb? Is it alright if I don't, like, know how to have, like, a conversation in Japanese? Is that allowed? Or am I, like, gonna have to leave the platform? Do I need to, like, go and do, like, a linguistics boot camp for, like, 9 months until I can at least go to, like, a convenience store and, I don't know, buy, like, Family Mart chicken? I know that because it's in Convenient Confessions. You see, like, I have some cultural knowledge. Not a lot, but some. We're moving on to the interim period. This is the stage 2 evolution, if you will, of the Star Stelly. This is when the cocoon is not completely broken. Oh my god, I have to approve this as well. I love Automod. I think we've talked about this before. I don't speak Jap either. Yeah, but you still know more of, like, Japanese, like, you still know more of the language than I do, and also of the weebery. You're like an old school weeb. Ren is like a boomer weeb. I guess I kind of am as well, because it's mostly Evangelion and, like, Gunsmith Cats and shit like that I know. What did I mess up? Apparently Jap has to be permitted, which I don't know, bro. Like, I got questions, I'll just say that much. Like, the fact that has to be an approved term, I guess for racism reasons, but, like, I don't know. Like, you're not currently using it as a racist term. It's literally just, like, a shortened version of Japanese. I don't see the problem. Yeah, nani? Exactly. Like, bro, what the fuck? Twitch, man. It's a hell of a place. I don't want to do the typical I hate it here, but yeah, sometimes it's weird, man. I think, unfortunately, I'm getting to that point, you know, where it like, reaches a critical mass, and you just accept that you're not that much of a weeb. The passing knowledge that I have of anime is basically all based on Twitter, because of the people that I follow, and they are much greater weebs than I, which comes with the content. A lot of them are VTubers, as it turns out. So, you know, you just see a lot of, like, discussions about anime, and I'm just sat there like, sure, yeah, exactly. Like, I got no idea. It's not that I'm against it, like, I don't know, I'm just not much of a series guy. I want to say the last series I've watched was on Netflix, and I think it was Our Great National Parks, which is essentially like Barack Obama talking about various like national parks in the world. It's actually pretty nice because he has like a ton of personal experience to some of them. I think there's an episode set in Patagonia, and it's really cool because he apparently visited during his presidency, and I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking sweet. So he had like a ton of like personal remarks for the place. I ended up like going on like a pretty big like documentary binge a while ago. Like this year, I would say. And it's been a lot of fun. I kind of like watching documentaries, man. I forgot like how much fun they were. I used to watch more of them when I was like younger. I would constantly have like National Geographic and like the Discovery Channel on. And it was like always so much fun. You just kind of put something on, and at least there's the opportunity to learn something if you actually follow along. And even if you don't, it's pretty entertaining. To be honest, they just released him in his natural habitat. I mean, technically, like, I actually don't think he's around from there, but yes, you can make the argument. I think it is like a family relation thing, but I'm not sure by now. But it was kind of cool, man. Like, Obama is kind of a fun dude for sure. There's another one I'm watching now that just came out. I think it's Our Universe, I want to say. I'm not sold on it yet, because the first episode is kind of interesting. They essentially just teach you about, like, kinetic energy and all of this other stuff. Oh, it's totally fine, Red. It's okay. We have fun here. But, like, they talk about solar and kinetic energy a lot, but they basically also try to put in, like, a narrative about a cheetah mom and her two, like, cubs. And it's kind of fun. It has some beautiful shots and some beautiful CGI for like some of the more sun-related shenanigans. But my problem was more the follow-up. The second episode is about time, and they don't really go into a lot of detail about time itself, because they constantly keep referencing like, oh yeah, like it is the most important thing in the world, but it's actually just motion. And I mean, I understand, because technically it is, but like I wish they would have made it a little bit more technical. Maybe then I wouldn't have understood shit. But like I watched the whole thing and I just have like several questions where I'm like, I feel like there's a lot more to this. And again, perhaps I'm not smart enough to understand. I'm not a time scientist or whatever, but it felt unfulfilling, you know? You watch like 40 minutes of something and basically the whole thing is like, yeah, time's really important stuff, don't worry about it. I'm just like, I mean, I don't worry about it, I just want to know more. Like, can this be an Elder Scrolls style conversation where I can just be like, tell me more about time? And apparently it can't. That's the beauty of pre-recorded things, that I can ask that from my computer, but it's not going to answer. Or if it does, then it might mean that I'm having a schizophrenic episode at that point. There's a high chance that I'm hearing voices. It just made you more confused and curious than giving you information. Kind of, yes. Although, yeah, like, I don't know, chronological units, I always joke around about them, but I mean, it had some beautiful things in it, and there was some stuff that I didn't know about, like, chimpanzees. Because in that one, the main narrative is about a bunch of chimpanzees. Particularly one that is pregnant with another chimp. And about how, like, the pregnancy stuff, you know, like, is completely dictated by time and all that. Which, yeah, it kind of makes sense. You need time for the baby chimp to develop. And there's an order to stuff. There was like some crazy shit that kind of threw me for a loop, you know, when you realize that when you're in the womb and your brain is still not yet developed, like you exist, parts of you exist, but your brain does not exist yet. The parts of it are there, it's just not assembled. And like thinking about that is just weird for me. It's like a does not compute moment when you're like wait, my brain isn't finished yet. And you're like, but every time I think, like, since I was born, my brain has always been finished. It's always existed, right? So like, I'm like, it doesn't make sense in my head. How can you have an unfinished brain? I know how, obviously, but it really throws me for a loop of like, but like, brains are supposed to be finished. Why is this not finished? I feel like I would be that guy just shouting at the baby chimp. Like, just fucking assemble your brain. It's not that hard. Get your shit together. Start thinking. Make the fucking neurons. I don't know when this turned into Gordon Ramsay, like, shouting at fucking cells to actually do their job. That's even funnier in my head, though, because he always says stuff is, like, raw and stuff, right? Like, this liver is raw, and you're like, yeah, it's my liver in the womb. What the fuck do you want, man? I'm not gonna cook it. I need it to live. And that quote is always gonna remind me of a webcomic, Coming of Age, and femurs. I'm gonna remove your fucking femurs, but I need them to live. I need my femurs to live, bro. Good old Ruth. Definitely one of the characters of all time. Man, I used to like read so many webcomics. I had to downsize a little bit after a certain point. I had like a pretty long reading list, and when you realize you spend like maybe 30 minutes a day just catching up with like the daily updated webcomics, I did some self-reflection and went like, all right, that's a bit too much. I feel like that might be a bit too much. And most recently, I also dropped one because it just got like frustrating for me. Well, most recently being like 7 years ago, I want to say. Well, maybe not 7, let's say 5. Let's go with 5. It had to have been less than 7 because 7 would be an incredibly long time ago. You see, chronological units. I know that they're years and all this other stuff, but in my head, it's just events that happened X amount of time ago. I guess that's kind of how we all think, though, so it's okay. But yeah, I think in the documentary they mentioned that it's, was it Venus? Where essentially one day is longer than a whole year. Like, the planet rotates so slowly that it takes longer for the planet to rotate around its axis than to go around the sun. And that's insane when you think about it. Imagine living on Venus, like if you were biologically equipped to live there, and you'd have like the equivalent of God knows how many fucking hours, but it's still more like for one day than a year. How the hell would a calendar work? It would just be January 1st every day, I guess? I don't fucking know. A lot of New Year's parties, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe that would be really fun. Holy shit. Endless parties? I feel like maybe Andrew WK is from Venus. I'm starting to put it together. It would explain the whole constant partying, right? And also probably explain why he barely ages. Because, you know, Earth years are nothing for him. They're just like a tiny little blink for a man from Venus. Although, isn't the meme that women are from Venus? I think it's women are from Venus and men are from Mars, something like that. Old novel title? I'm not sure. I remember something, but not the exact details. Yeah, living on Venus would be interesting for sure, dude. I'm pretty sure someone, and I want to say that someone was H.P. Lovecraft, might have written a short story about exploring Venus. Obviously, it is not scientifically accurate, but it is kind of fun, and it is the only actual, like, sci-fi that he wrote, if I remember correctly. The rest of his stuff was more the gothic, existential dread that he's famous for. Which I quite like, by the way. I'm a big H.P. Lovecraft fan. Not in terms of his political beliefs, obviously. They're very dated. They were very dated at the time that he was alive, even. But, you know, not everyone is like, one of the good ones. And I do think that, as rough as it sounds, some of his beliefs kind of allowed his, you know, actual horror writing to shine. Because if you're so xenophobic and you are so scared of people that are different than you, you have it so much easier to be scared of stuff. You can channel that emotion, basically. And I do think that with Death of the Author, in at least some of his short stories, you can completely, like, ignore that stuff or attribute it to the main characters also sharing those beliefs. And none of the main characters in, like, at least Lovecraft's, like, you know, like the Cthulhu mythos, the starting off points, none of those people are nice. They have terrible shit happen to them, but you don't really feel bad for any of them. They're not good people. I guess Randolph Carter might be kind of the only one that's alright-ish, but that's also because he's literally just a self-insert. And I don't think he gets into situations where there was a reason for him to like, actually show if he's a racist or not. He's mostly, like, fucking in a dream world and hanging out with cats and stuff and, like, ghouls. So there's not really any moment for Lovecraft to start spouting obscenities about how, like, black people are scary and shit. I agree, it's stupid, but come on, man. The rest of the stuff that he made, though, it's pretty good. Like, try reading some Lovecraft with candlelight in like a darkened room with some ambiance in the background. It's a hoot. Enhance your reading experience. Plus, the great old ones are just like cool as fuck, man. The idea of cosmic horror is really sweet. I at least am a big fan of it. I don't know, like, if I necessarily agree with the sentiment of, like, we are completely meaningless in this world. I think I'm more Tool-pilled in that regard, the band Tool. Where, you know, like, they have a ton of songs that are very inspiring and uplifting about how we're actually eternal. And, you know, like, we are the cosmos attempting to figure itself out. I really like those thoughts more. Because I guess they're more interesting. Although, you could mix the two together. Like, you could still have the cosmos attempting to understand itself, and also have parts of it just be hostile to every other part. Because, I mean, hey, we're like prime example of that. Even if we are trying to figure each other and ourselves out, we do kill each other a bunch of fucking times on this planet. It's just one of those things, apparently. So we have like one set almost done now. And then we're probably gonna do the other set too. Do we have enough space to put these down? I think we do. I think we do. Let's see. Let's not like do the same one again. Let's go back to this one. The fully nude, the nuded Star Stelly. Look at the hand situation. There's even more drippy rivers going on. It's like almost down like halfway, over halfway my forearm now. By the time we're done, we're gonna have like complete saturation of the arm area, maybe. I'm not doing so bad in terms of like the droplets though. The rest of the workstation is not covered in paint yet. Yeah, but that could change any moment. Absolutely any moment. I am curious if 3 hours is gonna be enough to actually do anything with our boy Goldar over here. But if not, I still have like some other stuff I could do. And also, maybe we could do a follow-up stream tomorrow, because I might have time to stream tomorrow. But I don't know yet what I'll do. We'll see. We'll see. If nothing else, I could also just like continue painting him Saturday morning. Literally on the day of the adventure. He will probably do incredibly poorly. I will roll absolutely abysmal because new model syndrome, right? But maybe it's gonna be fine. You never know. I've done some cool stuff. I've killed like a salamander in Pathfinder before. It's pretty sweet. I've also messed up a couple times, but that's the beauty of a very simple class like the Barbarian. You kind of have the health to not really worry about fucking up too much. You're like, yeah, I can probably take it. And if you can't, then no one in the team can. So on the bright side, if you die, there's a very high chance that either the party will now live because you've sacrificed yourself for a good cause, and they can, like, you know, defeat the final boss because you've softened it up for them, or you've taken the largest attack, just jumped on the hand grenade of an attack, essentially. Or the rest of the team is just doomed as well, and, you know, you'll all get to roll new characters. Because if your HP isn't enough, then no one's HP is enough, let's be real. I would think so, at least. But we will see. It's still early days in terms of the RPG goodness. There is some stuff I need to do in terms of hobby-related goodness still this year, but I don't think some of it is streamable, because I have like a secret project that I need to do. And I don't want to stream it, because it's not really secret when it's publicly available and live on stream, and also saved as a VOD. Like, that just doesn't work. We gotta, and also, like, I couldn't paint the stuff because it's not really prepared to be painted yet. That's gonna pose a problem all of its own, though, that I'm now realizing, which is, like, even once the thing is fully assembled, how the fuck am I gonna prime it in this weather? It rains every day now here. It's kind of annoying. So, like, using spray paints is, I wouldn't say out of the question, but more difficult. I guess I could maybe go into the garage and do it like that. We'll figure it out. We'll have to figure it out, I think. Alright, I gotta do like these little semicircle bits as well. Although I think once dry brushed, these parts will not actually show up at all, because they don't have like a ton of inlaid detail. It's just flat surfaces, essentially. They do say flat is justice, so I don't know. Would that make, like, flat earthers like lowlies, you think? Because they're also flat? Or is it not a sexual thing? Is it just like a debunking kind of thing? I'm not sure. What if all flat earth believers also were like lowly enthusiasts? These are the things that go through my brain on a regular basis. This is you gaining insight into like a madman's way of thinking about the world. You know how in Bloodborne they have like madman's knowledge? Like my stream might as well be that, except it's not even knowledge, it's just ruminations. I assume the madman's knowledge is not like just shower thoughts, it's potentially useful thoughts, except they might make you crazy. And like mine is the Diet Coke version of that. Because it's just a bunch of dumb shit that doesn't make sense and also might make you crazy. There's no upside is what I'm saying, basically. It doesn't help you with anything, it might hinder you though. There's a high chance that it makes your life worse instead of better. Perhaps I'm doing a bad job of attempting to sell myself here. Maybe. Just forget everything I said. It's not as if it's going on the internet. Live right now, and also later on to the YouTube channel, where there's going to be a record of it. No sir, definitely not. Simply forget about it. Pay no attention to the man in front of the camera. I do love it when, like, the paint drips around. You can't really see that. That's, again, a place where I feel like a head-mounted camera or anything that's looking at the model would be useful. I could also get, like, some plastic pipes, do a little bit of cable management, and do, like, a rig kind of around me here. And, like, paint inside a thing, more like this and less close to my face. And then, you know, if I hold it correctly, we could have, like, a camera feed of that. But I think if I'm gonna do dual camera setup, then this laptop would probably melt, considering we're at 74% CPU usage right now, and it's literally just an OBS preview and streaming. So I got a feeling if I attempt to do anything more, then this thing might literally explode. Like, it will absolutely self-combust and just burn to a crisp. Which would make for a fun stream, except unfortunately the moment it, you know, becomes on fire, I feel like the stream would go, you know, offline. If I had to guess, but I'm uncertain how that would work. Again, that could be a fun concept for a stream. Stream, like, from the laptop as it is being burned by itself. Truly, it would say a lot about society. I might not do that, though, because I feel like that would be a very expensive stream. Ruining a whole entire functional laptop for essentially no reason. I guess if my shtick was arson, I would do it, but it's not. I'm not that much of a pyromaniac, actually. I feel like a couple years ago, well, 10 years ago, in fact, it used to be kind of cool to call yourself, you know, like a pyromaniac, especially when I was going to high school. People were like, oh, I'm such a pyro, and then, like, you know, I unfortunately didn't have the guts to ask them, like, oh, really? You're such a pyro? Show me the fucking cinema you burnt down. But I never did. I was too much of a wuss to ask them that. I just kind of went like, oh, so true, bestie. But deep down inside, I was like, really? If you're such a pyro, then explain to me why you're currently in high school instead of in the juvenile detention center. How does that work? I got an excuse for that one, Jimmy. I didn't have any people in my life that were called Jimmy. Incidentally, I've mentioned this before, I'm not actually American, so if anybody would have been called Jimmy, it would have been weird. We did have a pop singer that was called Jimmy. He shot himself in the head and made, like, kind of cringy music. Didn't like the man too much, myself, like his music, I guess. It's also kind of weird to just randomly shoot yourself in the head as, like, a dare, I think, on, like, New Year's Day is when it happened, many, many years ago. I believe it got turned into a movie now, so there's a movie about the dude, or maybe a series, I'm not really sure. Because people still talk about him. This is like a 20+ years old story, and people are still like, I can't believe, like, fucking Jimmy is dead. And I'm like, I can. He fucking shot himself in the cranium with a handgun. People tend to die when they do that. Most people don't survive that, as it turns out. So it's not that out of the question that he's dead. I guess it's more surprising that he got in that situation in the first place, but once you're in that situation and you've pulled the trigger, there's not that many ways that story goes, I feel like. It's not exactly gonna have a fucking twist ending, right? It's basically you die 99.9% of the time. And there's like a 0.1% chance of a miraculous survival. Which would definitely make for a more interesting story. I don't know if he would be more famous if he had lived. I guess it depends if it would have like disfigured him, or if the bullet would have stuck in his head and it still would be there, then I feel like it would maybe make you more famous. But maybe you would have to rebrand. You couldn't just be like the random pop singer Jimmy. You would have to be like guy with a fucking bullet in his cranium or something. You might have to change your image for that one. Personally, if I survived shooting myself though, I would just completely rebrand and like cosplay the courier from Fallout New Vegas in real life. At that point, just go full hog. Like, why not? You can always blame like the psychosis for becoming a different person. No one needs to know that you're actually just like doing the most committed cosplay of all time. It can be your little secret. Plus, I mean, you know, you get to listen to some good music. I feel like if I could only sing to, like, if I could only listen to one song for the rest of my life, then Big Iron could be a good one. It's a pretty good song. There's a narrative there, it sounds fun, it's fun to sing along with. It's a banger of a song. Okay, so we're down at just 2. We've already wasted most of our time just doing this, which is what I thought would happen. But hey, I did want to do this. So I did it to myself. I think we'll be fine. We'll be able to make some progress on our Barbarian Bro too. It's also just one boy, so... And I'm not going to use like such heavy washes on him, because these things have like a relatively long drying time. Especially in the recesses where it builds up, which is another reason why I wanted to start off with this. Because if we have any time left later tonight, we will do some dry brush on these things to clean it up a little. But in order to do that, the stuff that we just put on now has to dry, and that might take like actual hours for it to fully dry with the amount that we put on. I mean, you can kind of see how much we've used, maybe. I don't know if it's been that much, but it might have been, to be honest. Like, this is a whole lot of the surface area that we're covering. I didn't like check when we started, but yeah, we are using a whole heck of a lot of this paint. But as I mentioned, it's not expensive to make, funnily enough. So this is like not bad value. Ink in general is really expensive. Miniature painting supplies are really expensive. It is kind of a luxury hobby, basically. And I'm not trying to flex my status, I'm just stating the obvious, in case you somehow are unaware of this. It is rather expensive to get this shit, in general. But I do think it's one of the best hobbies out there. It's a lot of fun to create something with your hands, you know, to clip some stuff off of a frame and turn it into like a real model that you can then like mess around with. Start painting it. You get to paint stuff, you get to build stuff however you want, if you're ambitious enough. And then you get to paint it however you want. You get to pick the colors that you like. It's a lot of fun, actually. It's very easy to get lost in the process of it, because you do like a brush stroke, and you immediately see what that does. It's very different from your normal day-to-day job, I think, for most people, where you might like do something, like get in touch with someone, request a meeting or whatever, and you know, like, you don't really see the effect of your work immediately. It might take like a couple days or up to a week to actually get that stuff, to secure that deal. But this is like essentially immediate gratification, because like I draw a line on a model and that line is there now. And I get to draw another or correct the first one that I did if I so desired. There's a lot of interaction there. So you instantly feel like you've achieved something. It can become very addictive. I used to paint a lot more, especially when I was running the wargaming store, because I used to run my own business as well. And it was dealing plastic crack, essentially, just selling these models and stuff. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I don't do it anymore. I just still do the hobby, but I don't have the store anymore. But I really don't regret having like started that, because it was a very, very good experience for me. In its own right. There's some downsides to it, obviously. But for the most part, it was pretty good. it definitely helped me like develop as a person, I would say, which sounds kind of weird when you think about it. Like I was just selling plastic models to various nerds of all kinds. But hey, apparently that can also lead to character development. You learn something new every day. Trying to figure out, as I'm like putting on the shade on this model, how we're gonna do like some lighting effects on it. Because you can paint lighting effects on stuff. And it's actually fairly easy. There's multiple ways of doing it. Because light behaves very, very differently in general. It has a pretty wide range of behaviors. And there's also the observer effect in a lot of like light experiments and stuff, which is rather interesting as far as like physics phenomenons go. I couldn't describe it to you adequately because I do not have a PhD in physics. Although I don't think you need a PhD to be able to explain that one. I basically just don't want to try explaining it because I'm scared I'll make myself look even dumber than I actually am. Which I don't know why I'm scared of that, because I feel like that's kind of part of streaming in general, but I'm very self-conscious right now, okay? This is a very weak moment for me. A very vulnerable moment. Yeah, you can just use very diluted paint to do some fairly basic like light effects on stuff. You just have to think about where the light is being emitted from and what it would look like. But you can also just use some dry paints to do that. The best, in my opinion, is to do like a mix of those. At least that's the version of it I like. And I stress that because I don't think that I'm a great painter. I'm a good painter at best when it comes to stuff. What I do know how to do is I know like decent color theory, and I'm willing to look stuff up if I need to pick the right colors for stuff. And I do know how to paint flashy. Like I know how to add effects to stuff that will look good at the end of the day. That will like catch your eye and make you feel like wow, that shit looks way cooler than it has any right to be. So I can kind of hide my mistakes by putting on effects that are a little bit more convoluted than maybe most people do, especially on like an army scale. Because you gotta keep in mind, most of the time, like this is Warhammer stuff, you don't just have like 1 or 2 models on the table, you got like 5 to 150 per guy, which is a lot. So if you do anything that's relatively cool looking on a large enough scale, you can very easily make something visually impressive, basically, with like not that much effort actually. And that's what I love doing. I love putting in as little effort as possible, but still letting people feel like they have to be like, oh my god, that looks so baller. And you know, deep down inside I'm like, oh yeah, thank you, but again, inside I'm like, yeah, like, this fucking easy as shit to paint, man. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know it only took me like an hour per guy to do that. That's a joke, by the way. That would be a long time. If you gotta paint 150 dudes, and it takes you an hour to do something, that's a long time. Turns out, that's 150 hours. But I'm here to tell you a secret. Any amount of painting that you do is probably gonna take you a long time. You just can't avoid it, because you physically have to move the brush, and there's a bit of like time associated with that. So you can't really cut corners past a certain point if you're brush only, essentially. And airbrushes have an entirely different time issue associated with them. But if you're willing to go down and dirty and figure out the right order of stuff, and essentially do it in the right tech way, you can make some sick color transitions, and it'll also allow you to save some time, because you won't be stuck cleaning your airbrush like every 5 minutes. Because you'll just be like mixing stuff inside the pot of the airbrush. And that's gonna look baller anyway, because you get to do the aforementioned really, really good transitions. So actually, it's kind of the same as with painting. If you can just marry your colors together, like mix a little bit of everything into everything, it's gonna look so much cooler because the transitions will be way, way smoother. And in real life, transitions tend to be very smooth. Even the stuff that looks jarring, like bruises and stuff on skin, like you go from your skin color to like a blue tinted bruise. That's like insane when you think about it, because it's such a difference in color. Even in color temperature, it's often a difference. But it's kind of subtle though, on the edges at least. So in order to do that, essentially with mini painting, you need to mix your paints together to get those effects. I'm not known for my subtlety though, as I've kind of alluded to it. When it comes to mini painting, I like really, really flashy, almost cartoony looking stuff. Because again, it kind of makes itself more impressive potentially, like from a distance, easier to identify. So that's like my style, basically. That is an interesting thing about painting models, though, that even if you don't realize, you're probably going to develop a style, and it's going to keep changing over time as you keep, like, painting. A ton of people like to adopt different styles of painting for their different projects, which is also a cool thing that you can do. But for most people, if they just don't, like, consciously do that, they'll paint everything in a similar way, obviously with different colors and, like, slight variations, but it's kind of cool to have a thumbprint like that. You can kind of, at a certain point, tell who painted what a lot of the time, based on just the techniques that they employ and the way it ends up looking. Of course, now there's a lot of people that just try to ape the studio paint jobs, and there's nothing wrong with that, because the studio paint jobs are made, generally speaking, to be very impressive. They're supposed to showcase the models, maybe the best that you can do. So if you can pull that off, that's pretty difficult to do, obviously, to that quality, then you can end up with a really cool looking model. In a way, I kind of do that, at least with the highlighting that I do, when you do like the fine lines on the model, on the most prominent parts of it. I just skip the in-between phases a lot of the time, so that there's more of a color contrast between the base color of the location, and then essentially the ridges and all this other stuff. But that's essentially how I do it. I can't tell if we've gotten paint on my mic yet or not. Maybe in one place. Although this stuff is like pretty easy to remove. With like a fingernail, a little bit of a scratch with the fingernail, a little bit of a scrub with a sponge maybe. And I mean, hey, with electronics you could always just use a little bit of an alcohol spray or something to clean it. And my mic has been a little dusty lately, so maybe we'll do that anyway after this stream since I have to move it. I guess what we could also do, I could show you my little like display shelves of minis and stuff, since we have that other camera set up. I think maybe once I put the paint on this Necron dildo, we could do that. I could show you the stuff that I have like basically out on the shelf over here. I have some stuff in the other room too, but I definitely don't have a cord long enough to show that, unfortunately. Normally I would want everything to be in this room in the first place. The challenge is I have too much shit now to really put it anywhere like on those shelves. I would need to put in like a couple other shelves, I think, before I can mount some other stuff. And I think I'll need to do that, like, anyway. I can't really keep running away from it. Eventually I'm gonna have to upgrade this room, is what it comes down to. But that's really like not a bad thing. Depending on how you look at it, it's kind of cool on the one hand. On the other hand, it's kind of messed up because like I have way too much shit already. And I really don't need more, but you always get more. That's always how it goes, right? Same with video games. Like, have you played every game on your Steam library? No. Have you just bought a game recently? Probably, though. It's just how we operate as a species. You always want more. I still really love painting this one. Man, if I buy like another pack of these, it's gonna be just for this fucking model alone. They completely covered up like little like rock glyphs, and like the battle damage is so cool, man. Whoever like fucking sculpted this is a god. I want to meet them and like shake their hand and be like, yo, I really like what you did with this Star Stelly. Like, I can't explain to you what I like about it so much, but it just looks so fucking sick. I'm looking forward to getting around to painting these guys as well. Necron stuff in general looks fucking sick. It turns out Egyptian space death robots are really cool looking in general. I've always known this. Used to be interested in them back in the day, but I never pursued building an army, and then a friend of mine ended up starting them. I want to say 6, 7 years ago? Probably 7 now, actually. Maybe even more than that. And I, at that point, was like, you know what, I'll just let him collect it. I don't want to have, like, the same army and the same little community. It's just the 3 of us playing. It doesn't make sense to play the same stuff, because it's going to lead to, like, weird mirror matches, and it's going to be even more annoying for our third person, because they'll have to fight the same army regardless if they play me or the other guy, and that's just not that exciting, you know? You can get bored of that very easily. So I didn't decide to pursue my interest at that point. But this year, actually, I went like, hey, what if we did that? What if we built a Necron army? And my Necron army is just made up of giant monolithic constructs because, hey, you can do that, and I really like doing that whenever I get the chance. Eventually, we're gonna add some infantry and stuff to it, but that's gonna be a little ways off for sure. Right now, we're just sticking with the giant fucking things in the terrain, apparently. I don't know why, but I tend to paint the terrain for the 40k factions that I play, so the sci-fi duders. I think it helps that a lot of the terrain that they make looks like super cool. Even if on the table, like in terms of rules and stuff, it doesn't tend to do a lot, but it looks fucking awesome. And I mean, hey, that's the most important thing for me. It just has to look sick as fuck. And I'll probably like buy it, paint it, and even use it because, hey, why wouldn't you? Why would you not? I'm already thinking about how we're gonna switch the camera and then show the shelves. Oh boy. That's also probably gonna give enough time for the stuff on my arm to dry. We got like some more black veins now. Paging my good friend Lauricia to rate my corrupted hands out of 10. She's really into those, apparently. Didn't know that a hand fetish could be so dangerous and consume someone's life, but apparently it happens. Gotta move some of the paint around, not have like too large of a buildup on the edges. It looks nice, but we don't want to obstruct the existing detail. Alrighty. You know what's gonna be the one problem if I switch over? It's gonna be the sound quality, but I guess maybe we can play around with that. I got an idea for that. We'll do our best. We'll do our best, because I think if I'm stood right here, then audio quality is like decent enough. I'm not too far away from the mic. Usually I think it's a little closer to me in general, but only by like 5 or 10 centimeters. So not that much of a difference currently. From our usual stream setup, of course. It might be more echoey because I'm kind of in the center of the room, unfortunately. So I apologize for that. Again, this is a pretty scuffed experience, so if you are sticking around, thank you very much for that. I really greatly appreciate it. And like I mentioned, if we end up doing more stream-related goodness, then I would like to upgrade a ton of my setup. Because obviously the hope would be that going forward, we would progress in terms of quality. So like on my main rig, I would want to get like a better processor, probably a better graphics card as well, so we can up the graphics quality, play some more intense, in terms of graphical demands at least, more intense games. I think my connection so far has been pretty good. Thankfully, we haven't had like a lot of dropped frames recently, or maybe at all. It's been kind of okay. I think the stuttering that you're seeing is also not dropped frames, because we've dropped 819 this stream, but that's 0.3%. So that's very, very little. It's basically just this little laptop like struggling to stay alive right now. Incidentally, the way that I got it set up might be good in terms of like cooling, because it's only held up in the air by like 2 little lines of stuff. So maybe it is like not gonna struggle as hard now as a consequence. I feel like if it was just flat on the table, it would probably be worse for it. But I do not want to test that. I don't want to see if it will spontaneously combust. And also, we set up the whole thing. I don't want to change it now. I'm seeing some splashes all over the place. Ah, good old painting. That's how I do it. I feel like I'm definitely the odd man out on the Warhammer category. I didn't check how many channels are on. I would guess, I don't know, 200 is my guess. It's a pretty popular category, I would assume nowadays. But I do think probably I'm the odd man out, because I have bad video quality, and also the screen is focused on me doing the thing instead of like just the thing that I'm doing. But like I said, it's mostly because of like this is how I was able to do it right now on like a short notice, rather than this is how I would want to do it. If I had my way, this would be like a GoPro stream mount it on my head so you can like see that essentially. I think it would mostly be okay. I'm not moving my head too much. I feel like it's mostly in one spot, and I more move my hands and stuff, so it wouldn't be that uncomfortable. I don't know if like a first-person stream would be really fucking creepy. I think people like the VR chat stuff, right? And that's basically first-person streaming, just, you know, in a virtual reality setting. So maybe it would be okay. Remains to be seen. Let's see. Again, looking at the cord length of a lot of my equipment here. Because we're about to put all the paint that we wanted to put on these guys right now. And then we can like move on to some other stuff. There we go. A little bit more around the side here. On like the actual bases of these things. I don't know if it matters much, but I might as well put that stuff on. Let's clear the brush. We're not gonna lick this one because, as we mentioned, this is a buster brush. So it's okay for this one to stay messed up. So the hand situation by the end of this, as you can see, it's like we got like completely black fingernail on like my pinky. Black like cuticles as well. Pretty thick like layer of black goodness there as well. A little scuffed in places. Black fingerprints too. Couple of like little overspills around the fingers, almost like I'm wearing rings. And then like this thing, it definitely looks anime positive, I would think. Is this anime? It's like that one meme. Oh, and it's still going. There's like still a droplet going right here. I don't know if you can see that. Probably not. There's like a little fatty droplet there. Oh boy, let me think. Let me think how we would do this. I think the easiest way to do this would probably be to just grab this thing with like this hand of mine. But then I guess the question is gonna be, well, first before we do that, I am going to clean this off a little bit and close my jar. The God hand is almost ready. I mean, basically, God powers keep my pimp hand strong. And then I don't know the rest of that song, but by guile, it's a good one. So both of my hands are dirty now, but I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine, Copium. Okay, let me see. Let me do this, alright? You'll have to excuse the scuff getting even scuffier. Nah, it's gonna be bad. You know what? Let's not do that. I guess I could just... I think this is a safe spot. This is the safe spot for this. Let me change scene. Okay, so now we're on camera 2. And I'm showing you the display shelves. If it's so stuttery here, I do not wish to know what it's like on your end. So I'll wait a second to see. Oh my god, it's a PowerPoint presentation. I'll just do like the quick pan, essentially. Later on, once we figure out a better way of doing this, we'll do more. We'll showcase more of that, because I do have some stuff that I think looks fairly cool. Yeah. Like I said, I don't think this camera is, like, it can be handled by this one. In fact, I'm gonna try something. Because right now we're over here. What if... I didn't actually wish to do that. What if I just, like, delete this? Does it help in any way? In terms of CPU stuff? I can't really tell. It's still jumping between 60 and 70 right now, so I don't think it absolutely helped, but we tried. Okay, so we are an hour and a half in. We did like probably 15 minutes of just trying to set up the stuff as well as we could. We got 6 of the star stellies, like shaded. That was the secondary thing. We spent way too much time on that, basically. Well, I did, but that's me. And now I gotta actually do stuff on Goldar the Barbarian over here. So we gotta jump back in and kind of get started on this man. So for skin color, essentially I'm looking to maybe change the way I normally do it, which would involve like pretty heavy washes. Because I kind of want to go faster than normal, obviously. Because I essentially have, what, 2.5 hours kind of allotted for this right now. It's probably not enough to do anything meaningful. But we'll see. So I'm thinking... do we want to go, like, really funky with it? I really like mood green. I really like this bright green color. It looks very different on stream. Like, you can even see a lot more yellow in it than normal, but I really like this color. It's very vibrant. It looks super cool. And I'm kind of tempted to go with this, but not as the base color, but just darken it down. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna test something. Because this will be like a very active process, a lot of mixing. So whatever color we end up using, it's gonna like be mixed with a ton of other stuff. Because I'm thinking for the skin, we might use some of the Vallejo. This is dwarf skin. This looks like darker on stream as well than it actually is. I think that's just the webcam though. But we're gonna see what like the mix of these two looks like. Probably awful. It's probably gonna look like vomit. Let's be real. But then maybe we can darken that down a little, and for the recesses it might be okay. And then we can use like the main mix color that we do on the actual like musculature. And then for the highlights we'll figure out what we want to do. I'm just gonna like mix a little bit of it. We have, I feel like this brush is gonna be the best for this. So the brush size we're going with is like that little tiny boy. I can poke myself in the eye with it. It's real small. Normally, I like to mix way more paint. I'm again trying to be responsible on stream and not waste as much stuff. And as you can see, I'm a brush stick. I did wash it out. Before you freak the fuck out. I did wash it. But yes, to get a point, I do lick my brushes. No, I don't think it's necessary, but it's what I do. It's what I've always done. I can't help it. I could, but I refuse to. So let's like see what this looks like. I need to move this guy because it's actually obscuring this whole thing. Yeah, we're getting like an olive kind of situation here. That's not bad looking though. It's really not bad. I feel like I need more green though before we do anything else. Let's see, what do we get with even more green? Give me more green, please. I actually really like that. I think we might have like our base color. I'm trying to figure out how I could show this better on stream. Maybe, you know what? No, there's always the one thing that you can do. So this is, right now, you can like barely see it. Let me like do a little bit like larger of a glob. That's kind of the color that we're like thinking about here. So like an off green skin tone kind of thing is right now what we're thinking about. It's not bad looking. It's a good thing that we put that on my little like thumb there. I'm considering, what would we want to add to this to really darken it down? I feel like a brown would be the best. Like a nice chocolatey brown would make for like probably the most natural. Because if we go black, it's gonna look kind of messy. Taking this like straight to black, that's like way too much of a shadow like color. So like something brownish would be good. I do have like this actual chocolate brown, but I think, I don't know, this is an air paint. So this is one of those paints that's like pre-diluted already. I got it precisely for that reason, because you can kind of apply these straight from the pot for a lot of different purposes. Mostly it's better for like the scenery stuff like this one and for his base, the little stuff that he's standing on. But it is a pretty dark brown, so I kind of want to see what this does if we add it in here. It's a fairly strong color for sure. I actually kind of like it. We have like a hint, the tiniest hint of like green in there. Not very visible. It is actually like just the color of diarrhea. To be honest, it's just the color of diarrhea. But I think for a shadow color it might be good. I kind of dig it. Let's go in with that. I feel like we can go in with that. So I am going to mix like a larger batch from this. And the reason I do this in a larger batch essentially is because what we're planning on doing, and I have this as well, I might use Airbrush Flow Improver a little bit so that it stays, let's say the drying time has changed essentially, but I'm not like certain of it. We'll figure it out together. But let's like go in. I'm going to go on this little like bunch of gold here on my palette. And I grab this bigger brush. So I'm gonna do 2 brushfuls of the brown. And we're gonna see how much of the other stuff we need to add. So the green, I'm thinking we'll add 1 brushful to start with. And we'll put that at the top here. Might be enough. It is like quite a strong, vibrant green. And we're gonna take the flesh color, and I'm gonna put it here. That's like, I want to say 2 brushfuls worth maybe, but it's kind of top loaded. And then we mix it all together to get that sweet, sweet brown. Yeah, this doesn't look bad. I do think I need to add more of the actual deep dark brown color of it. Because right now it's still very, very light. But it makes sense because the brown is like pre-diluted. So I'll do it like that. Pop a bunch in the corner. And then mix it in there. Oh yeah, that's looking pretty good actually. This is, I think, an actually like believable color for skin. It's like a nice tan with maybe the slightest hint of actual like green, which is kind of what we want. We want this guy to look like partially orcish, but not full orc, you know? That's the challenge we've set ourselves. The other thing I guess we could do is we could also just go. Well, you know what? It's gonna be a long process. We're gonna go with this. So this is gonna be like an actually kind of believable color on his little bod. Look at the vascularity. He's an extremely muscular dude. It's kind of why I picked this model. Like the actual sculpt in terms of like musculature is insane. My man is completely fucking jacked. He's like on the dragon steroids or something. It's insane. He's going crazy with it. His back looks fucking insane. I'll show you once we got like a layer of paint on here, because it's gonna show up so much more. But we're just like applying this essentially. We're mostly focusing on the recesses. Just want to make sure that we get that coverage. Anything else is a bonus. I think there's a little like hole there where we can put the paint in. He does have like a harness on him as well that kind of holds his like shoulder pad in place. We'll probably have to do like an almost orange leather if I have to guess for that one, which I don't mind doing. I like kind of like a almost bright orange leather look. So there's some stuff on his face now. So this is first coat, not a lot going on, but like I said, that's like a realistic skin color. Right now with our glaring light, I don't think you see any like green in it currently, which isn't like necessarily a bad thing. Because we don't want it. We'll introduce the green more gradually as we keep working on it, basically. I do think that it's kind of nicely in the recesses. We'll probably do 2 coats, though. Because you always aim for multiple thin coats. I do need to add like a little bit more to my mix here. I did mess up a little, drop my little brush into all sorts of like wonderful goodness. You're gonna get different stains on our little fingers now. It is what it is. Let's just introduce this back here. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this color actually. Nice, nice. Is it kind of the same as we did before? Oh, it's basically exactly the same. I'm not too worried about that because, you know, like skin, it's kind of different on different parts of your body anyway. Dropped some frames right there, I feel like. I was checking if it was my computer or the stream, but I think it was the stream, unfortunately, but hopefully it's alright. Yeah, this is a different, like, I did a more heavy mix with the brown. It has better coverage for sure, but that is completely fine. Right now we're not being extremely precise, because we'll get to paint everything as time goes on. So, and everything else right now has no paint on it, except for the primer. So it's kind of okay if we just go in hard and try to, like, do everything that we can. I'm realizing though that the haft of his axe will be a problem if we do keep this brown in like very prominent way, because this is kind of a similar color that I like to use for the wooden bits. But I mean, like we said, maybe we'll get to differentiate it. I'm gonna paint him with like bare thighs as well. We're gonna make him absolutely fucking lewd. He has like incredible thighs, man. Like he could crush like a fucking watermelon easy. Easy. And I'm already thinking about all the other colors that we're gonna do, such as his, like, he's got a little, like, loincloth made of fur. I'm thinking we're gonna go with, like, a nice, like, gray for that one. Maybe, like, a bluish gray for the cloth backside part of it. I feel like we got, like, all of his body with that now. So all the skin that's showing, he's not exactly wearing a ton of armor. You can kind of see, you can see the difference. So like the abdomen below the little harness belt is the second mix that I did. So it's a different color than the first one. But we're gonna wait for all of it to dry, pretty much. And we can think about doing some other stuff. Now, we can think about doing some other stuff. The only thing that I'm kind of having second thoughts about is one of the things we could do would be the metal bits. But then we would have to change our paint water, which is not out of the question, but with a lot of the painting that we're going to be doing, it's still going to be fairly messy. So I think we're just going to be a little patient because the first batch of his body is almost completely dry. So if I just wait the tiniest of bits, then I think we can do a second coat. And in that time, the other parts of his body will also dry, so we can do a second coat on there. And then we can start going back in with like the initial kind of greenish color that we made. The flesh slash like green mix. Once we go in with that, from that point on, we'll do like another mix of that, and we'll keep adding probably like, I have this this one color that I have in mind for him. It's not like full on white. It's around here somewhere. Where did I put it? Oh, it's this one. It is Elfic Flesh by Vallejo Game Color. It's like a very, very pale skin. Like almost fairy, basically. Very, very ridiculously pale. So we'll start introducing that into our mix and basically like making a gradual like highlight color. And we might like do a thing that I'm typically, like I mentioned, I'm known for the extreme highlights instead of the volumetric way that you would normally do it. Although I guess we could also do the volumetric stuff if we really wanted to. If we do the basic layers, we can then do some volumetric highlights with dry brushing and kind of do something slightly different. We might do that. We might do that too. This is also like the first time that I'm actually using the new Citadel painting handle for a model. I used it for a sub-assembly, that's why it's got some gold on it. But this is the first time it has like a complete model on it. So hey, yay for that, I guess. I'm gonna go over here to check on something. Because I noticed earlier as I was walking by here, I had like 38 notifications for some fucked up reason on my phone, and that always scares me. Oh god, I'm ruining everything. It's all going to hell in a handbasket. Nah, we're Gucci. We're all good. Yeah, it looks pretty dry for his other bits. I'm gonna be very careful with his face though, because we don't want to lose any more detail on him. He does have two like layers of primer on him, and it's a very like tiny little head. So we might have to do like some creative interpretation of the various features, which is not the worst thing in the world, but something to keep in mind. Alright, that's good. I diluted the layer essentially just for his head, and now we can use the actual second mix that we did for the rest of his body to get that significantly like good recess color that we're looking for. It's just like a kind of dark olive. Very dark brown, basically. And we're gonna want to keep that, essentially, for all the like various folds and the deepest part of the musculature. This thing, like, is incredibly good with two coats, man. Like, this is some really good coverage. I'll show it in a sec once we've actually, like, covered all of these parts. But I'm really satisfied with this. Yeah, this is nice. Wow, that looks actually super nice. You can still see some stuff on his face, which is good. That was a big thing that we were talking about, that we wanted to watch out for. Get his hand as well. Make sure all the various deep bits are there. The reason we really want this to go into all the deep recesses is because ideally we're not gonna like shape this model in terms of the skin. We're going to be using this as our shade color, basically. We're putting it on manually, and then we're establishing the mid-tone ourselves. And I think it's gonna look wonderful once we do that. There's that little, like, skin segment showing in between his harness. Let's get his back as well. Armpits. Man, this is, like, actually incredible coverage in 2 coats. You love to see it. Get those meaty fucking thighs. Holy shit, man. He's got it going on with the thighs. Like, I don't think you understand. He's got some meaty fucking thighs. Could feed a family of 19 with these thighs. And they do say thick thighs save lives. Yeah, look at my man over here. Look at him. He looks like a total fucking badass motherfucker. He's looking good. He doesn't wear a lot of clothes, but I mean, hey, that's barbarians for you. Become ungovernable, don't wear clothes. So the reason why we didn't do any of the other colors, as I mentioned, is because we're gonna do some messy tech. So I'm gonna wait a little bit while this man dries slightly. And the plan that I have currently is to then do like dry brushing, and we're gonna show off the dry brush tech that I was talking about with this brush. But before we do that, and you'll have to excuse me for the continued scuff, because I don't have a BRB screen, and I can't just make one right now. I don't even have the assets from my other computer. I'm just gonna go away for a minute to get some water, because I don't have any, and it's been nearly 2 fucking hours and I've not taken a drink yet. So hold up a second and I will be right back. Yeah, this is bone dry. I gotta get some water in me. Alrighty, we're back. I have returned, and I have water. Actual water. I also did the despicable thing of filling the little tankard, it's a 1 liter tankard. I filled it up, and I took like a drink from it, and then filled it back up again. Apparently, you know, you're not supposed to do that at like soda fountains and stuff, but this isn't a soda fountain, this is my kitchen. So I think different rules apply. Very different rules might apply. I just looked at my yellow color and I was really kind of tempted to use some of that too. Bro, the coverage of this brown paint is really good. Kind of in love with it. We still have a little bit of shine on him, because as I mentioned, he got like a gloss base coat originally. But it did help with the little flow of the paint. And later on, when we actually varnish him, we can make that go away on most places. So I think it's gonna be fine. That's the copium. The one thing that I might not get to do for the Saturday adventure, because if we varnish him, we're gonna lose a ton of the shine. So on the metallics that we do, we're probably gonna lose like a fair bit of it. But we can go back in and brush on some gloss varnish after the fact. So I'm kind of thinking we might do that for the axe head for sure, because it's so prominent. Like you can see it's a big part of him, and that's like a custom axe head, by the way. I actually built that on there myself. It's a piece from a different model. My man had like a pretty big axe to begin with, but if you look at it now, it's even bigger than it was supposed to be. It's as tall as he is standing up. And that's deliberate, because I play in Pathfinder a Giant Instinct Barbarian, whose whole gimmick is that you use oversized weapons and go crazy, and later on you actually get to become a giant as you like develop a little bit. So I'm greatly looking forward to witnessing the carnage that I can wreak with that. But I wanted it to be represented with the model too. Yeah, this stuff is almost completely dry as well. So in the meantime, we can start mixing the mid-flesh tone that we want to do. Now the beauty of it is that we can kind of go crazy and make a much lighter color than what is currently on there, because in the grand scheme of things, because we're gonna be applying it by like dry brushing it, circular motions, like very low brush pressure with like very soft bristles, it's going to go on very gradually. It's going to be, you know, like the light hitting it essentially. That's kind of what we're looking for. And we're going to keep the dark color in the deep recesses to have that contrast. And I think it's really going to make his body pop because it's almost like he's going to look like those bodybuilders after they're oiled up, you know? You got like the deep, like darker brown in between like the biceps and like the other muscle groups. And then the main body, the muscle is just like a different color. A little bit of like volumetric stuff going on. Anybody that tells you, by the way, that like miniature painting is like in any way, shape, or form like a very straight hobby, you're gonna be painting like rippling muscular dudes most of the fucking time. So if you're into that in any way, like by God, get into this hobby. Like you're gonna see so many jacked fucking dudes in like tiny model form. And you get an appreciation for it. Like I would describe myself primarily as straight. But like I look at this guy and I'm like, God damn, like he's jacked all the way to heck. Like it's remarkable. It's a work of art. It's like looking at a sculpture. It turns out he's a tiny sculpture, but you get the idea. Let's see. So we got, for that, we don't actually need the dark like brown that we used before for the previously mentioned reasons. There's no reason for us to use it. We wanted that in the deepest parts. We just need this skin color, dwarf skin, as it is called, and then this wonderful, wonderful green. Yellowish green, in fact. Open her up. Put that stuff in there. And mix it. And we're gonna get that beautiful, beautiful, like greenish olive color. I love it. I love it. That actually looks awesome. I think that'll look great. Just gonna make sure it's completely like mixed. Although once we start getting it on the like makeup brush. So this is a little bit more yellow right now than what we had before. I think I'm gonna add a little bit more green to it. Because right now, there's like a little bit of yellow from the green. The yellow from the green and the elfic flesh, I think, are kind of interacting and making it tinted a little bit more yellow than it was before. I want there to be a little bit more green in there for the first layer, for sure. Yeah, getting a little warmer, getting closer to what we had in mind. Okay, that's like different. In a good way. Might be what we're looking for. Yeah, that's like an off green. I can go with that. I can go with that for a starting color. How are you doing in terms of paint being dry, my friend? It's mostly good to go. Wonderful. So what I'm doing now is I'm just putting this brush like into this mix that I did. It's not diluted with anything. I'm just working it into the bristles. And then we're gonna get it off of the brush like 90% and then apply it to the model. Let's see, get rid of like giant little globs of paint because we don't want that. Seems decent enough. Let's go. Oh yeah, we're applying it. We're applying it, baby. And this is definitely, like, you can tell that there's a green in there. Pretty prominent greenage going on here. But we still got that brown in, like, the recesses, which is what we wanted. This is like a believable green skin that we made so far. Very different than what I normally do. I normally don't care about, like, the realism part of it at all. I just like to go in and, like, make very flashy stuff. So this is like very fun as far as that goes. And like, bro, you're gonna see like his muscles on stream in a second. Like, holy shit. The thing we did absolutely worked. Turns out, it just works. Gotta get his like fingers and knuckles over here. And I mean, those will need like some touching up later on. Because they're parts that people tend to look at just in life. Your eye is drawn to it. Although with this man, again, it's gonna be the thighs, I think, that get people going. And I mean, can you blame people? Like, he displays them so prominently. You also gotta like go in here, hit the rest of his thigh from the back. If we have to get a different like dry brush for that, we will. But for the time being, we're just going volumetric. Nice, nice actually. I really like that. Looking very, 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 very good so far. You can't see it yet, but I will show you. So like, I'm taking a little break. Let me see if I can get some more focus. Even with the shoddy camera, you can see that there's like a clear shadow. There's a clear dark brown in the recessed areas. And there's like a yellowish, greenish kind of thing going on like the big prominent parts of his skin. And we're just gonna keep applying it basically. We're gonna keep working away at it. Get that paint on. This is a very messy step, so this is why we didn't want to do anything else, essentially. I'm also feeling a lot better about his face. I was worried that a ton of the detail was lost when I was base coating him, but thankfully not the case. Thankfully, there's still plenty to work with there. Let's get more of this thigh. And that one, hit it from like the inside here. Yeah, I'm really liking how he looks so far. Even though it's early days, it's fairly promising so far. There's some parts on his back that are like relatively hard to hit, but this is like not bad right now. I'm gonna get a little bit more paint on the brush. Again, get rid of it though, because we're doing dry brush right now. And then just go back in, kind of circular motions, and work it in there. Yeah, baby. I do think that we are going to get this very, very tiny dry brush here. And I'm gonna hit his thigh in the back here. And also like the small of his back, because we weren't able to get in there like with the previous brush. Okay. Now I'm not gonna clean my brush yet, because we were mentioning before we want to do like some transitionary things. So right now, what I'm thinking about, we got like a kind of a green going on here. I want to kind of see what would happen if we added just a little bit more of a flesh tone to this. And did like a more sparing dry brush, I guess. Just like a little tiny droplet of the dwarf flesh on the palette. Mix it in there. It's gonna be obviously like more of a kind of believable human skin tone almost. With clear hints of green and yellow and earthen tones in there. And we're gonna see what that looks like, essentially, if we apply it. It's kind of giving like a little bit of a warmer tone to his body. Yeah, in terms of the color temperature, we're definitely pushing it more into the warmer zone, basically. Because this is like a slight orange tint now, in addition to what we had going. So I don't want to do too much of this. Not that it looks bad, but we don't want to go too crazy with it. But there's still a lot that we would like to do while we have the dry brush like going. So I'm thinking, we mentioned the elfic flesh before. We're gonna try to do a little bit of that. Kind of sparingly. Now, if we need to and we go overboard, we can always fix it with like a shade of something. But like I said, for ease of use and being able to continue as fast as possible, I would really like not to have to dip into that. So I'm right now trying to extract like the tiniest bit of paint from this very, very used elfic flesh. I use this color a lot. If it doesn't work, we have another paint that is extremely similar that we can use for this. But I would like to use this if we can. But I'm impatient, so we're not going to. I'm going to search for the other color. Let's see. Are you that color? No, you are not. Neither are you. Let's see, where is it? I believe it is here. Oh baby, I could recognize that color anywhere. That's the ball bearing. Moving around there. You'll have to excuse the ball bearing, it likes to make a lot of noise. We're gonna pop this like here. It's a very pale, definitely like almost fairy pale color. Unbelievably pale. And again, we're working it into the bristles. Because we didn't remove any of the paint previously, it's all still there, so it's all basically mixing in there. And we just want to do like the volumetric stuff that I was talking about. It's like very, very sparingly applied. This is a very subtle effect, but it's going to be very important to make his muscles look even bigger than they are. Even larger. Alright. He's definitely got like a weird skin tone, but I think that's kind of what we were looking for in the first place. Now I'm going to do one last little trick. And I mentioned that I didn't want to go into white for the whole thing, and it's true, I don't, except for the face. Because for the face, we do want to go kind of into like the whites to push it like a little more, because people really like faces. We kind of evolved to recognize faces in a very, very big way. So if you get the opportunity to push like the face of a model past the point that you would normally, then that's like a super easy way to make it look a lot better than it is. Plus, right now it's going to help us immensely in figuring out all the little pieces on the face that we'll have to paint later. We can also do the same thing with his knuckles in the few places that it's visible. So like on the back, because skin gets very taut there, it gets very tight. So we get to, you know, kind of emphasize that. So this is the initial skin workup that we've done. You can see some transitions, but it's not like super clear yet. His face is definitely like more pale and whitish. Now, I'm satisfied with the dark in the recesses for now. We might go and like manually put some of that back in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean this brush, because I mentioned that I like to keep these super clean. And after that, we're going to start mixing the flesh colors again, basically, that we've been working with, except, you know, it's on the dry palette right now, so it's kind of been used. We used it for the dry brushing, but I can mix the equivalents anyway. And it doesn't have to be a perfect match because of the different application method is going to look different every time. And then we're essentially just going to go in and start doing some highlights. Start with the chunky highlights, make the muscles like have even more volume and definition, and do that. And to be honest, if we could do that tonight, maybe like a little bit of his armor, his like vambraces, the little belt harness that he wears, I'd be pretty satisfied, because the metal is going to be fairly easy to paint. And so is his base. So give me a minute while I go wash this, because I am terrified that I will ruin this extremely expensive makeup brush. So hold on. Alright, I have returned. We're back in action. And we're just going to do the stuff that I mentioned before, where we're going to mix the colors that we were working with, kind of. Now, I made a little boo-boo with that because I got too excited, and I mostly made it all go away on the dry palette. But, again, it's fine if we make, like, the rough equivalent, essentially. It's mostly going to be okay, regardless. And we're going to do the thing that I tend to do in the first place, which is make a lot, because then we get to mess around with that lot a little bit more. We get to make it last longer. More green than I was gonna do at first. On the dry palette, I do have a little bit that is like very, very clearly visible, so it's gonna come in handy. But right now, this is like a very kind of olive looking thing, which isn't bad, but I think we could still... Let me check. Yeah, no, this is like too much of a skin color in there right now. It's too fleshy. It needs more green. And I think for this, we might actually use the airbrush floor improver instead of water to basically make it last a little longer. Oh yeah, this greenish thing is what I was looking for. Yes, this is like Shrek right now on my palette. Oh baby, yeah, this is what we were looking for. So I'm gonna mix it with some airbrush flow improver. I'm gonna hold my brush in the meantime. Add like a nice moderate amount of that. Mix it all. It looks like baby poop right now, which is kind of what we're looking for. It mixes it all the better. There we go. Oh, it applies so silky smooth. I love it. That's why that flow improver stuff is so good. Now, we're gonna go in and try to do some chunky highlights. Let's see if we can still do that. After so long, can we still paint? Is the question. It looks like we can. It absolutely looks like we can. Yeah, we're painting. It turns out we're painting. It's like riding a bike. Again, I'm using like very light brush pressure to apply this stuff, because the paint we made applies so nicely that we don't need to like be very extreme with applying it. There we go. Some of his muscle groups look instantly better because we are adding so much definition to it now. Currently doing is like pecs. You have to excuse me if I go like more quiet during these parts. Do need to like focus for this. Even though these are like mostly chunky highlights, I still want to avoid like going into the deep recesses that we worked on. Nice, so his like upper body, I wonder if it shows up, has gotten a little bit of work. There's some deliberate highlights going on there now. Really looking forward to getting into his abs, because there's a lot that we can do there. And there's some parts that didn't get so much detail from the dry brush, so we can kind of go in and fix that. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Fairly basic stuff, but it looks nice. Alrighty. Let's do like a little bit on his neck. Nice, nice. He's got like neck muscles now. That has to count for something. Oh baby, it's time to go in for the thighs. Nice. It's a very minor difference. It's a very tiny, tiny difference, but it's there. And it's going to get more prominent as we will like keep changing the paint. So I applied some hard lines to both of his thighs now. I wonder if it like shows up at all on stream. I think it does though. I think it does. You can see some differences there. However minor, but we're going to be adding a lot more as time goes on. Let's move on to some arms. Nice bicep, tricep, all the good bits. He's got a very, very like developed, defined back as well. Turns out, like, being a barbarian builds a shitload of muscle, huh? Once we like get deeper into the highlight stuff, this is gonna look so good. Even with just like the very, very few brush strokes that I'm doing here, I can already kind of see that he's gonna have like so much cool like stuff on him. Trying to like drop a little paint in here too. There we go. Yeah, we're really like avoiding the recesses and just like dropping a tiny, tiny bit on the more prominent areas. I'm gonna do his left arm. Not much to do there, incidentally. A lot of his left arm is kind of obscured by the shoulder pad that he has. But that's neither here nor there. You can still, like, pick out a ton of stuff there. He does have some stuff going on. Now some fingers. Now this could be like a dreadful part, potentially. I think we mostly did good though. Let's do the other side with the knuckles. Yeah, that works. His right hand is looking like pretty promising right now. They're just one highlight. other hand as well. More difficult because it has like more bits that we gotta reach into. But not impossible. Alright. We should do like the back side of this one little thigh that he has. That actually like kinda shows here. Nice. And now it's actually time for his face. Now for the face, I will switch to a different brush. Something even smaller. Although not this small. I think I might have gone too small. Oh yeah, there's the thing. Yeah, I feel like this will be good. Put this little piece here, because otherwise I'll forget where it is. His eyes are gonna be difficult because they're so sunken in. That's gonna be tough to do. Okay, we're doing some stuff on his face. Drew some lines, at least. Gotta like paint that jaw as well. And that ear. Okay, half of his face is, like, it exists now, I would say. I would describe it as a thing that exists. His other ear is very, very tiny. Okay, that's like one highlight on the boy. Nothing major, but now we're gonna start gradually making it lighter and lighter. I guess first though, we should add like a little bit more of the flesh tone, and then add like more off-white. So how's this gonna look? We'll give it a shot. I'm not convinced yet. I made a mix, but not super convinced. Might be okay though, but let's like look at it. I mean, we'll like put it on, I guess. I'm like drawing the lines, but I'm not super convinced by them. I think it's gonna work though. I think it's gonna work. We just have to like adjust. Just have to apply this very sparingly. You can kind of see it on his body, I think. Although with like the crappy camera, not a lot is showing up, to be honest. But we might start up the camera with the other one for this when we do like still shots. But for the time being, I'm just drawing the lines. That would be too much paint. Let's clean off a little bit more. Yeah, he's got some sinew now. I think once we pull it all the way to like the more extreme off-white, it's gonna look a lot better. I hope, but we'll see. He's definitely gonna have like a very rough skin color. Not even a skin color, but like the texture. It has an actual texture now as a consequence of this. Which makes sense. My man is like butt naked most of the time. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it because he has like a very aged, almost leathery skin now as a consequence of this. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's actually like a believable orca skin tone. Accidentally, almost. Still looking forward to the whitish, like the off-white color, though. I think it's really gonna pull things together. Alright, we gotta do more on his arms, but I also need like a little bit more flow improver for this particular bit here. It should probably be enough. Alright. Nice. Our little, like, more fleshy color was already drying up a little. So I applied some more flow improver, particularly to that area. We'll see if it helps. Hopefully it doesn't change the way that the paint goes on too much. No, actually it might even be better. Like, it's even more smooth now. Yeah, I really like this, actually. He has, like, such a coarse texture on his skin now. Like, we're making it almost look like sinew with these, like, incredibly shredded muscles. And just dropping those little lines on it. He's gonna have some cool looking skin for sure. I'm gonna have to be careful with all the other stuffs to not mess it up. Nice. Nice. Let's get his right hand now. Yeah, we're gonna have to like go back in there obviously with a little bit of white because both his hands are just like clenched into fists. He's ready to go. He's raging. I feel like the effect is so subtle that it's barely, if at all, going to show up on stream. So I'm just gonna focus on like painting and talking occasionally when I can. And I'll obviously like post, I think I'll take like a final picture of him when we're done streaming for tonight and post that shit on Twitter. So this is now a Twitter shilling stream. So if you want to see what my man looks like in like actually decent image quality, then I recommend you jump on over to my Twitter after. The link should be in my About section. It's a little bit of a fold that we missed here. On the thighs, nice. Alright, we're just gonna do his left hand and then the face. He does look like a discolored human, which I guess is kind of what half-orc would be, to be honest, in my brain. If you don't just want to make half-orc, like legit diet orc, then I think this is what you do. Alright, that hand is looking mighty nice. Okie dokie. That looks very promising. Back of the thigh also done. I mean, it was like 4 lines, so not particularly difficult. Face could be like nightmarishly difficult now, but we'll try. His skin tone kind of reminds me of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, more than anything. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. Alrighty. I think it's time to add the color we've been dreaming about, which is that nice off-white, and go crazy with it, essentially. Oh, this looks so nice, man. Kind of tempted not to do too much flow improver to make it almost like a dry paint, but I do think we kind of have to. We have to marry it closer together. Right now, there's still like some bits and pieces of it that aren't so nicely mixed. Okay, that looks very promising to me. Nice, nice. That's gonna look wonderful. So now comes the challenge of applying fine enough lines as to not like completely demolish the previous work that we did. Yes, for being quiet, by the way. I am trying to like draw very fine lines. Big exhales after doing some fine lines. He's definitely a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle looking guy, man. Or I kind of turned him into one. But it doesn't look bad. It's a very interesting skin tone, to say the least. I am thinking we'll do like a glaze layer after. To pull it all back towards the same color. It's very all over the place now, but not necessarily in a bad way. But I do think it's gonna look better if we try to like pull it all back. Have fun with the buff boy. I call it a day. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by, Ren. I hope you got a lot done. And we'll still get to hang out anyway. Oh, I'm almost done with the 2 berserkers. That's pretty sweet. I'm barely done with the first, so you know you're definitely doing better than I am apparently. In my defense, we did shade like 6 Necron dildos. I think that counts for something. Goodbye. Have a nice night. Yeah, his biceps and all these other bits are looking mighty fine now. Nice. Yeah, his muscles looking like something now, man. I'm kind of liking his back the most so far because there's a ton of detail I didn't notice that at first. I think it was a good idea to do the dry brushing to the extent that we did. He's got some actual volume with his muscles now. It's not what I'm used to in terms of painting, because usually I do way more stark stuff, and I might still push it in that direction, but we'll see. His face is going to be the make or break point for sure, but that's every model, I think. Alright, alright. Let's see. Gonna move on to the fingers and the knuckles. I'm very pleased so far that we've been able to flawlessly paint, essentially. Like, I've not really made any mistakes so far. Now, I might have just jinxed it by saying that, but all the line work that I've done so far has been very deliberate. It's all been, like, on point. But it's almost too subtle for me. So I really want to push him into, like, the white, basically, with the super highlights. I gotta do the back of his thigh again. Keep forgetting about that bit. There's something else that I was thinking about, but... never matter. His face actually kind of resembles a face now. Like, there's still a little bit of detail on it. He does have like a Kratos-like skull on his face. alright. Kind of want to do like a little bit of a line on his forehead. Yeah, that actually looks better. It gives him like more definition, I guess. Maybe like 2 other very deliberate lines on the side. A little like skull shape, because he doesn't have any hair. Yeah, very, very, very subtle. Almost too subtle for me. But look at this like coarse looking motherfucker. It barely shows up on stream, but trust me, it's there. A lot of it is there. We're gonna keep on going. We're going into kind of super white. Still using an off-white coloration though, and we're gonna be as sparing as possible with this, because we're not looking to completely like change the way he looks and reads in terms of the tone and whatnot. We're just looking to add more to the effect that we've already done. So we're almost just dropping what is often called spot highlights now. Let's see. So just did his like core, mostly the muscles like straight down the middle, so the place where like the pecs meet the abs. I am also gonna touch up the little like sides, like the muscle groups like on the ribs and stuff, because they're pretty easy to highlight with this, and I think it's gonna add a lot to them. Yeah, my man is looking ripped as fuck, huh? Nice, nice. His thigh is like straight up popping now. Because we've all been like just mixing these colors together essentially. They're all derived from the same batch of colors. It all kind of like works right now. But I still would like to layer on top like a little glaze to tie them all in. His, like, right shoulder is gonna look so fucking badass with this. It's insane. Because the muscle groups are so, like, overblown on his shoulder. Just, like, dropping 1 or 2 lines like this changes how they look so much. Nice, nice. Like, most of his body is done. And that one little, like, back thigh area, I'm gonna leave alone for now with this, because I don't want to draw more attention to it, basically. It got all the other work up, but it is very much, like, deep in his body. Not very prominent, so... Gonna touch up some of the knuckles and the fingers. I think that looks like pretty promising. Nice, nice, looks promising. Alright, it's actually just time to do his face. We might do another layer that's even more bright than this on the face after, though. Nice. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I do want to make it a little bit brighter. But for that, we're going to do the trick that I mentioned before, which is actually introduce straight up white into the mix. Just a very tiny bit. Essentially, we're just looking to give it like the absolute pop. And once again, what I'm doing here is, and I can, I guess, kind of show you with the other camera. Although I didn't remove that scene, but I guess we could just add it, like, either way. Yeah, I don't think it makes a difference when it's not, like, on. So I guess I'll show my process a little bit. You'll have to excuse me for but a moment. Let's see. Okie doke. And I would want it to be this one. Yep. Let me scale that for you slightly. And by slightly, I mean like as big as it'll go. So this is our other camera. It's good for the still images. So because of the light, it might be hard to see. I think you can see it from here. So we started with that color over there, that like almost snot / like vomit looking color. There's like a couple transitions with the various like highlights we tried to do. And now finally we're over there. And that's what we're going to be applying to the faces and like the highest points of the muscles. That's currently the plan we have. Oh, and by the way, while we have this out, I'm gonna place my duder. I guess maybe we'll do it like this. Hopefully you can, once it focuses, kind of see what he's got going on. It's kind of difficult because normally you would want to do something like that, like have the hand in the background. Yeah, he's got some stuff going. We've done some stuff, apparently. Let me screw around with this a little bit. We appear to be frozen. And that's not good. I think we're back now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It didn't handle both cameras there for a second. But I did get to show you a little bit of what we've attempted to achieve at least. And now we're gonna go absolutely crazy with just some straight white on the face. Much, much better. I'm also going to add some of this to the knuckles. There we go. Because those are kind of focal points. And I think we're mostly Gucci on that. So now what I'm about to do, and you'll have to excuse me for it, is I'll go and change my water because I don't know if you can see that, but it looks very brownish. We used a lot of like brown tones and orange tones. And the reason I need to essentially clean it a little bit is because we would like to create what's called a glaze. So essentially, the next plan of action, the reason I'm not going yet is because I haven't been talking that much for one thing, and the other is because we have to wait for the paint to properly dry. Essentially, what we want to do is we want to hyper-dilute the next paint layer that we put on, with the intent to make it so thin that when we put it on, it's almost going to be like a almost like semi-transparent layer of glass, like a pane of glass almost, or almost like you could, I guess, kind of almost imagine it like a mesh covering, basically. So it's going to be very transparent. A lot of the previous colors are going to shine through. The reason we're doing that is because if you ever looked through like a little Tic Tac box, placed it before your eye and like looked at the world, it tints everything red because it's like a slightly reddish color. And we're attempting to do the same thing, but like on the surface now. So I guess what we're trying to do here, if I can try to explain it better, is we want to introduce an extremely thin layer, in this case of green, like slightly brighter green, to tie all the more earthen greens and darker brown and like almost whitish colors together so that they're closer to one another and the differences are less stark and to make it a little bit more natural. So that's going to be one little glaze that we do to start off with. There's a couple others we would like to do. For example, on the face, we kind of want to make like the cheeks, with not really the cheeks, but the actual like eyes, the underneath, you know, little like baggies under the eyes. We want to maybe do like a little tint of purple in there to give it a tiny, tiny bit of life, essentially. For the actual lower lip, we want to kind of do, and maybe for the nose, like a tiny little bit of red to give it some life in that regard. And maybe also with the knuckles, like right now they're very whitish, but for me, for example, if you look at this, it's very difficult to see. You can see like some very stark white there as I like flex my hand like that, but there's still like the tiniest hint of pink because that's just how my skin is colored. And in his case, if we introduce a little bit of red, it'll show that like strain basically on the skin in those particular parts. So if we do that, his skin will be 99.9% finished. And actually for his eyes, the only thing we're going to do after the purple is maybe drop in the tiniest bit of black. A very, very weak, diluted black to make his like eyes completely like dark, basically. We want to kind of make him look, because the model very much suits itself to it, like an anti-hero, like a comic book anti-hero kind of thing. He has a lot of drama in his face right now. Very prominent, you know, highlights on like the little like temple, the cheekbones. He's got like a big jaw, like almost a lantern jaw thing going on, and like a very strong chin. So we basically want to keep that and then introduce some contrast with the eyes rather than take away from anything else. And then the skin will be done and we can move on to other stuff. Now what the other stuff is going to be, I'm not sure yet. I'm kind of thinking we'll do the axe, because that's like a pretty prominent, like the haft of the axe for sure. It's pretty prominent and we can have some fun with it too. Maybe after that we'll do the metal. He's got some metal-y bits for sure. We'll figure it out, But for now, what I'm going to do is, and you'll have to excuse me with the lack of BRB screen, but I'll just get rid of this and get some more water. It's going to be about a minute. For best results when it comes to painting, you definitely want to, you know, change your paint water, especially if you're going to be going into like metallic colors, for example, because they have metallic flakes in them. Alrighty. I'm pretty sure he's all good to go. So you remember this color? Way long ago, this almost yellowish, like snottish kind of green. This is where it all started. This is where we derive most of our colors from. So there's a little bit of this in everything that we've done, but we want there to be more. We want to introduce even more of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get like the tiniest little bit on my palette, just like a little tiny dot. And essentially, we are going to just put a crap load, and I do mean like a crap load, of water next to it. Normally for like paint, you're looking for kind of like a milky consistency. We're looking for so much more diluted now. Like we're looking for just dirty paint water, essentially. If there's like the tiniest hint of green in there, it's good. But we want it to be almost like broken down. And like definitely over diluted. And we're getting it. We're making it happen. We get rid of that. We don't need that in there. And we can just like test this on the paint water. Yeah, it adds like a nice little greenish tint. Now, I'm gonna use like a big brush for this. This size of a brush. You can kind of see it. I touched the mic, sorry, but it's fairly big. It has a lot of volume. So I'm gonna like pick up the paint here. dip it in, make sure that it's on there. But I'm also going to touch it to the kitchen table, the kitchen like towel that I have laid down to get rid of the excess moisture, and then put it onto the model. So that it's almost just the pigment itself, and not that much like wetness. It's still like a little too much. So I'm gonna touch it a little bit more and very actively like move it around. Because we don't want like bubbles and stuff to form. We don't want this to obstruct what we've already done. We do want it to be on the model, for sure. But we don't want it to essentially like do much else. It's just like the thinnest layer that you could ever imagine. To just push it more into the greens. And it's already kind of working, for the most part. It's pulling everything closer together, making a more uniform coloration, even though it is just an extremely, extremely thin version of a color. And again, anywhere where we see it in excess, we just like pick it back up with the brush, move it around a little bit, make sure that it's not like overdone. It's a very, very tiny, tiny difference, but it does look nicer. It does look a lot nicer. Now, I won't be doing another layer of that, because I really just wanted to do the one. I really just wanted to kind of catch the stuff, pull it back together a little bit. And again, this is a very different look than what I normally go for. I normally go for like super, super bright, like giga highlights. But in this case, I think going slightly more realistic is not necessarily a bad thing. I think if we cool it off a little, and we'll see if we'll like feel better about that later as well. Because right now it's just the skin done. It's a very lopsided experience that we're getting, but that's okay for the current moment at least. So I'm thinking for the next particular thing we're gonna do, we have to wait for this to dry a little bit, for sure. But after that, I am thinking that we'll do the axe. And we'll try to do some stuff on the axe itself. Although smart play would be to maybe do the leather. And the reason for the leather to be done right now is he doesn't have that much of it, basically. He's got like the straps. Rest of it is fur and the vambraces. So, you know what? I'm changing my answer. I'm changing my answer slightly. Let's do the leather. And the reason we want to do the leather, essentially, is so that after that, we get to do the haft of the axe. And after the haft of the axe, we're going to get to go into some metallics. And maybe we can do all of that without having to change our water. Although we would also need to do the fur before. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But we want to leave the metallics till last, if possible, because they're going to contaminate our water completely. So this is going to be exciting because the belts and stuff are very, very different kind of vibe right now. And I'm trying to think, we want like, faced with the difficulty, because I have a wood recipe that I really like, that I tend to use a lot. Kind of like a cherry wood almost, but it's fairly like bright, and the problem I have with it is it's very similar to my leather for the most part. Like it almost meets, it's almost the same color. So what I'm going to try to do is derive those from different sources. So for the wood, we're going to keep going from this like chocolate brown, that's what we're going to be using, going into like an actual like almost fleshy tone, but mixing the two together. And for the leather, we're going to try to get to the same location, but through different paths. Because we're going to start off with some of the color that's featured in his skin as well. Which is maybe fucked up, but I don't know. It makes sense in my head. We're going to make like a semi-thin, semi-not-so-thin color of this flesh, almost orange color. And apply that, basically. And I'm looking for coverage right now. But I guess this is maybe a little too too thick for the time being, so we'll go a little bit more diluted. Yeah, that's a little better. The difficulty is going to be the shading here, whether or not we want the shade at all, and how we're going to go about it. But now we're just establishing the base coats. Doesn't look bad so far. Alright. He's kind of looking like a super mutant with the skin tone that we did, actually. Yeah, like he's got like a super mutant thing going on now. He does have the harness like going on in the back as well. So we gotta touch it there too. It's holding his like one giant vambrace slash pauldron in place. Okay. And now we're gonna look at like his vambraces actually. Are they metal? I don't think they're fully metal. They have like pieces on there on one side that are either metal or maybe gems. I might paint them as gems just for fun. The rest of it seems more like a leathery kind of thing. Not crazy about this yet on the vambraces, but hey, maybe another coat will actually convince me. Yeah, I do think we'll need another coat because right now it's just way like not the coverage just isn't good enough. It's pretty much the problem. It's time to power stance it. If you've been following along the stream, you've seen some awful posture from my part. That's, I think, inevitable with painting. You can watch out for it, and there's probably a good reason to do it, but it's hard to keep up consistently. Yeah, it's looking a lot better now, even with just this. There's an argument to be made that he's got like a little bit more of this stuff in the fur, but we might like paint that with a different color. I haven't decided what color the fur is gonna be yet. So while this is drying, we can actually get started on the haft of the axe, which is gonna be the only like actually dark thing that he has. Now we could use this chocolate brown and then like go from this all the way to this particular color, and there's something to be said about that. And in fact, I've convinced myself to do that, to do just that. Let's see, I got this little thing, I'll move it. We'll just take this straight from the pot, essentially, We'll use a slightly bigger brush, because this isn't so precise. And we're going to start off darker than I normally do. Because it's going to allow us to use even more of our highlighting technology if we really want to add more detail. And I'm kind of thinking we might paint on like a wood grain. And we can kind of mess around with that wood grain as well, because it's not so noticeable yet, but I think it will be, depending on how we paint it, that the haft of the axe is inconsistent in terms of its width, because it's like originally from a different model. So the end of the axe has a different girth, if you will, than the rest of the axe, the rest of the handle. And by introducing the wood grain, we can hopefully kind of take the attention away from that. At least that's what we're hoping to do. Alright, so the back of this is essentially like looking good. There's a part in the front that's kind of hard to paint. But it's mostly working now. Okay, so that's one coat of that on. Not bad, not bad. Maybe we can do another layer. No, I don't think the leather is quite ready yet, though. I would love to do another layer on it, but it's just not quite there yet. He's looking like a super mutant, absolutely. I accidentally made a super mutant, apparently. We'll just wait a little bit for him to dry, catch our breath. Maybe drink a little bit of water, too, while we're at it. Oh boy. We have made some good progress tonight, I feel like. We've done the star stellies. Well, shaded them, at least. And they're kind of dryish now, so we could do some stuff with them if we wanted to. But I don't know if we will. I'm having a lot of fun working on this little guy. And like I mentioned, I do want to get him done. And the number of things needed to do on him are swiftly decreasing, because the largest portion of the model is like kind of done-ish now. I wouldn't mind putting on all the base colors so that we can kind of see what we got going on before we go in with even more highlights and such. So we might gun for that a little bit. In fact, I really like the thought of that, to be honest with you. So I think what we're gonna do... Van braces seem to be looking pretty nice now. We still have a little bit of the paint, like wet over here. Perfect for a second coat. Yeah, not like super strong. It's not gonna gum up any detail, so we'll go back in with this. And just basically base coat that. I'm gonna once again power stance it to not like do the worst possible posture. But it's hard not to. It's very hard not to. That actually looks pretty nice now. Very similar on the other side in terms of nice. Properly promising is what I would refer to it as. And let's see the belts themselves. Okay, that's pretty good. We gotta do the belt around his actual waist as well. Okay. Again, we're not going to employ like a lot of shading. We're kind of more settling down with like the dark colors and then taking it a step further. The wood color is like so fast to dry that I think we're already good to go to hit it again. I am going to use the same extremely tiny brush for this and just kind of hope for the best. Although, you know what, that doesn't really make sense because it still has such a large area that I think I'm still better off, because we're just looking for coverage, to just use like a normal sized brush, not like a super detail focused one. Let's try to go in and do that. These pre-diluted paints are not bad so far. I've used them for other purposes, like working on some scenery and stuff, and they worked fine. But it's kind of like nice to kick back and just go straight from the pot for once. Air paints apparently are good for that. You learn something new every day. Alright, I'm really thinking that probably with 2 coats of this, we're probably going to be good on the base color of the axe, like haft, and then we can maybe start working on some of that wood grain if we really want to. We might have to do some manual shadows, basically, because there's some parts on this model. It's I think this is a plastic cast of like a metal model, basically, from Reaper, but there's some parts that are rather chunky, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it does mean that if we want to keep the shape of the axe haft later, we might have to like go in and kind of get rid of some of the shape that we don't want. So that's something we'll have to consider. But it's not looking bad so far. Let's see. The one thing that is absolutely scaring me is like so far we've not used any like shade other than just like going in with a deep dark color. And there's some parts where I'm absolutely gonna miss that. Yeah, that looks fine to start with. Okay. I can show it on the shitty camera, but I don't think it's, like, you won't really see any of the detail, but maybe it's fine. I could also get the other camera to work, but then it crashes this one. This is very scuffed, basically. This is the test stream so far. And the big takeaway so far has been just get a better setup, essentially. Get, like, an actual little frame where I could maybe have something, like, over the workstation permanently. Because having to switch is, like, kind of annoying. So if I had, like, a better equipped laptop and just a better equipped workstation here, that would make it so much easier to kind of explain some of the stuff I'm doing for those few people that care. I'm not really doing anything revolutionary here. Like, we did tiny bit of glazing, some, like, hard highlights, and now we're just doing base coats. So really, there's not any magic happening here so far. But hey, we have fun here, so that's kind of the point. Again, with the leather, it's kind of an interesting thought, because normally I would just go in, drop like some kind of shade paint here, or maybe mix my own to darken it down, give it like some kind of a deeper texture like that. But I'm kind of thinking instead of doing that, once it is fully dry, which it is kind of getting there now, I'm thinking we might just mix like the same dwarven flesh kind of color with a ton of white, and make like an actual texture, you know, like a very worn, kind of scratched up texture on the vambraces. If we're going to make them leather, it would kind of make sense to do that. That would also allow us to kind of highlight the little like the leather harness that he has going across his body and on his back. I don't know if I want to do scratches on there, because it's so tiny, and I'm so scared of ruining his skin, and like getting on there with that. I do think we're gonna have to do like a little bit of a shadow thing in some places, so we'll have to mix like a darker brown, kind of like in the idea of like a dark brown little shade that we drop in certain places. I think that could be a lot of fun, instead of straight black. But we'll have to think about it. I guess it depends on how we do on the axe haft itself. Because itself, you know, right now, that part of the model itself is very, very dark brown. It's kind of got the only dark brown on the model right now. There's nothing wrong with it, but if we also make that our default shadow color, we're going to have some difficulty, essentially. And that's not so good. That's not really the best. So we're going to have to think about that. I do like the idea, though, of making like a nice, very, very like bright white, just scritchy, scratchy color, you know? You gotta get the scritchy scratch. Should probably use like a bigger brush to extract this from the pot. That's like a little too much, but it's fine, copium. Wouldn't you know it, it was in fact fine. Again, the temptation to leave this as a mostly dry paint is huge, because I feel like it would apply so much better, but at the same time, I don't think it's what we should do. So just doing some chunky highlights of this color now, trying to establish some kind of texture. To break up the monotony of just like completely flat orange leather, basically. So it looks a little better already, but still nothing to be crazy about. I think we're gonna have to push it all the way to like a nice, like almost off-white before we're really satisfied with where it gets. I'm also just using it to like basically give the vambraces themselves a nice little ridge. I think there's already a little bit of that going on there, but it's hard to really see in some places. But it's gonna help differentiate the flesh, like skin parts from the actual, like, very little armor that he does wear. Kind of difficult again to do that in some places though, because some of the detail on this model isn't super fine. It's like, you know, kind of a small little boy. But he is doing his best. And he's swole as hell, so he does have that going for himself. I'm really just like completely enamored with the idea of having like a head-mounted camera for these streams, man. I feel like I'm talking myself into doing that more and more. Because you just see what I see, essentially. Whatever happened to Google Glass? Is that a thing that also died? Is that one of the 200 projects that Google also canceled? Because that was basically cameras mounted in your glasses, right? I assume it was canceled, probably due to privacy reasons, and I could kind of see that, because if for nothing else, you could just use it for like the easiest corporate espionage in the world. You just like briefly glance at a fucking document, and you got all the detail immediately. You could see how that might be problematic. Although, if you don't want your, you know, very important files stolen, just don't show them to your competition ever, I guess. Yeah, we're definitely doing like a very different style of painting with this. Much more like impressionist, it feels like. It's not necessarily bad, but very different than what I'm used to. I'm just now adding some more highlights to the harness. Okay. This is drying super fast. I think that's a combination of both of these paints. Kind of want to go into like the absolute brightest that we normally do with straight up white. So we just did like a dwarven flash, kind of orangey flesh color for the leather. Introduced a little bit of like off-white into that. It's not bad. It's a very subtle effect, but I'm not like completely in love with it. It's almost so subtle that it doesn't like show up even for me. So kind of wanted to make it flashier. And straight up white is probably too much, but at the same time it's my go-to for these things. This is what I meant earlier when I said that we're finished with the skin, but we might not be, because if we hyper-highlight the crap out of everything later, then we might go back and be like, okay, let's hyper-highlight the skin anyway. So it remains to be seen if we'll do that. Because there's a chance that we do. There's a realistic chance that we do. Yeah, I do think this is probably like a really extremely boring stream if anybody's looking for the visual component, because it's just me, but I can't really do anything else. Could I really scuff it up and just ruin half of my vision and do the GoPro camera? I mean, bro, I could. I absolutely could. I could turn myself into a fucking cyborg, apparently. Although it's so bad, this one, in terms of the image quality and the stuttering, that it's even worse. So you get to see what I'm doing, but we saw before that it just doesn't work particularly well, unfortunately. I guess we can meme it up, if we so desire. And I mean, why not? We've been here for like 3 hours, 40 minutes. We might as well go full meme, right? We might as well go full meme. Just set it up properly. I think my dominant eye is my left, funnily enough. So I think if we go right eye obstructed by the webcam, might work. Might absolutely work. This is a terrible idea, I know. Man, my lenses are like just a tad too big to really make this comfortably happen. Although, I don't know. That's not too shaky. I'm a cyborg now, bro. Let's see what this is like. Yeah, I can see how this might be annoying for me, in terms of, you know, seeing the model. I could see the issue, for sure. Kind of see the problem, I guess. That might be a little too much white. But we'll just go all the way. And then introduce a little bit more of this. Nice little consistency. You'll have to excuse the jank. I currently have the webcam mounted on like half of my glasses, dude. Alrighty. Let's see if we can even draw like a single line with my like half of my vision obstructed. Is it possible? Remains to be seen. Yo, what if I changed it to the other side? Because I can kind of, like, like wink it on the other one. Give me just one moment. I'm kind of thinking, what if I did this? And then kind of hit it like that. What if we did this? Nah, I don't think this is working at all. I still can't get stuff in frame, is the big problem. I wish I could. I wish I could. But we're gonna have to settle for the other one. I tried to go cyber mode, but it didn't work. Very, very sad. Turns out you kind of need your depth perception to paint, at least a little bit. Rough, but that is how it is. You know, I guess another way I could go about it, but I guess I would have to be Voldemort for that one, is maybe mount the camera directly above my nose. And I guess it doesn't interfere with vision that way, so it could absolutely work. We did, like, barely draw a line with that shit on us, so, hey, I guess, you know, we at least made an attempt. Again, like, fairly subtle, but kind of into it. Looks scratchy. That's what we're looking for. Yo, welcome in, Mango Smasher. I can't really tell what those emotes are, and I don't have hover over functionality over here. It's on my different machine. Welcome to quite possibly the most scuffed miniature painting stream that you'll ever see. This is almost like a straight-up vlog-style thing I have going on now, because the only alternate option I have is a separate webcam that is apparently incompatible with this laptop that I have. I don't often use this laptop for streaming. In fact, this is the first time. So I'm facing some technical challenges, basically, because there's some stutter on stream right now. But if I switch over to that one, which is a better webcam than the built-in one, there's even more stutter. And I have no placement for it properly. I tried to literally put it in front of my eyeball a second ago. I went like this. Like, basically jury-rigged it straight up to my glasses, and it went about as well as you would expect. Apparently you can't just go cyber mode. It doesn't end well. Maybe there's a reason why like painting streams don't employ that kind of technology. We're learning a lot tonight, it would appear. Try a Logitech C920 or C922. They're the better ones. Yeah, this is a super old like Microsoft one that I have. It's so old that it has like zero USB 3.0 compatibility, and it's sometimes an issue even with my other computer. And it has this one annoying feature, even when it's working silky smooth on my other machine, that it just doesn't do well with focus. If I move anywhere, it has like a hard time adjusting the actual focus. But really the problem I'm facing is just that this is like an older laptop, and it has a very shitty CPU and a non-existent GPU. So it's not really ideal for streaming, but it's the only thing I had. And this is normally the workstation that I have, so if I like move this slightly, you can kind of see what I'm like working with here. So I got like a little like painting box here, put some stuff on here, that's where I mix my paint. You got like more paint to the side here, some of the stuff I'm working on. This is normally how I work on painting stuff. But I haven't been painting a lot recently, because I've just been using most of my free time to actually like stream. But I wanted to put the two together, essentially. Kind of see what we can do. But yes, over time I should probably invest in like a better webcam. And honestly for this, if I want to keep this workspace, which is temporary, like I always build this up, break it down if something else comes up, I would absolutely need a different laptop too, or longer cords, because my computer is just over there to the side. I could totally get it hooked up to stuff and then like have it all the way here, the peripherals, then it would work like a dream. I'm hoping that the audio quality is like decent enough at least. We got like a song in the background, kind of on a permanent loop. Hopefully it's not too annoying, it's not overly loud, I don't think, based on the levels that I'm seeing. Flexi arms. Yeah, I do need like a boom arm as well. There's a lot that I want to invest in, turns out. Turns out there's quite a bit. We'll have to make some investments, for sure. But in the meantime, you get to revel in my absolutely god-awful posture as I'm painting. So there is that. If you thought gamer posture was bad, try like miniature painting posture. The only way to combat it is to go like power stance, which is what I'm doing. I got like a wide stance now. Hopefully I won't like completely lean over and kill myself. Try putting an Amazon wishlist and share it on here so that people can help support. That's not a bad idea, actually. I might do that, actually. I've seen some other folks do it, and it would give me some stuff to put in the About section, because there's nothing there currently. I think I got like links to my one social, my VOD archive, and my main YouTube that is inactive since like 6 months, basically. So there's not a lot there, in essence. But yeah, that might be good. At least it's one tiny little box. And it would also kind of help me see like what the hell I still need, because I don't really have a list. Like, I have something in my brain, but I don't have anything written down. You're giving me some good ideas, for sure, so thank you for that. Gotta paint these little scritchy scratchies, man. Kinda wanna do some cross, like, scratches as well. Yeah, we're giving some almost linen-like texture to this. That's not bad. Some good stuff is actually happening here on stream. It's unbelievable, but it can indeed happen. And I mean, I will post like an after pic of the model. I don't have a before because it was just base coded. I didn't really take a picture before. But I will post a picture on Twitter of what this guy actually looks like when it's not just like a webcam. I'm available to help anytime, more than happy to send me a whisper and try to advise or help. I mean, hey, I might hit you up then, man, because you seem to have like some good ideas for actually like increasing quality, and I appreciate the brainstorming. I've been trying to, well, not really been trying to, I feel like that's kind of gaslighting, that's kind of changing fact, rewriting history, if you will, because I do, like, I'm in touch with some other small streamers. We do like hang out, I hit up their chats and everything, and I have been thinking that I should like talk shop with them a little bit, but I just never get around to it, because I'm either busy with my own thing, or then I go live and do stream, or if I'm chilling in their stream, I'm more just there to chat about like whatever they're up to. So if it's a game, I'll just talk the game with them. I don't really want to go into, you know, the inside baseball. I feel like that's not really the time or place. It's not good content, essentially. And I don't mind ruining my own content, because I think that's fine, that's my decision. But I don't want to fuck up somebody else's stream, basically, because that's just rude. I do the same and then help. I mean, hey, that's pretty awesome, man. I might hit you up then. I will. This is not a threat. I might hit you up then. It's a good thing that this lighter leather color that we've mixed hasn't dried yet in all of this talking. Still not satisfied with like how bright it is. I want even brighter, but that's a problem. If I had my way, every single highlight color on a fucking miniature would just be white. Because I'm insane like that, apparently. I think what I'm really missing is just some deeper shadows, basically. But we'll have to reintroduce that ourselves, because we've not really used any like technical paints for that. Normally I do. I use the crutches whenever I get the chance, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but right now we're going more organic build-up, basically. Do you accept links in chat, like Insta? Yeah, sure. I don't think they're banned. I think we tried it before, and it kind of worked. So, drop a link. I might have to approve it manually, because I don't know if AutoMod is going to freak out on it. But hopefully it doesn't ban you, and if it does, I'll instantly unban you. Like, I don't have anything set up so that, like, if you link anything, you're dead, basically. Never bothered to do that. We're still currently plenty small, I think, over here, where I don't have to worry about that. We can hopefully manually take care of that stuff when it, becomes an issue. So feel free to drop any links that you might, like, want to. That does look a lot better with that one little piece of white. If you can't get a hold of me on Twitch, I'm always available on here. Nice. I'll go over here a sec and open that up, actually. Just so I don't lose it. There we go. Alright. Nice, thank you, man, thank you. I'm also on Insta, but mostly on, like, I just post the models that I work on, and it's been very quiet on that front recently. The last couple of things I finished, I didn't ever post, because I'm not, like, they're not fully finished, they're like 99%, never bothered to do the last percent. That's my other hobby. This is the OG hobby, and the Twitch stuff is the more new side for me, but I've been having a lot of fun with it. Even if it is gigascuffed, we do try to improve teeny tiny bits. Yeah, thanks man, I really appreciate that. I'm still, just small streamer. That's the excuse you always get to use, thankfully. Thankfully you get to use that, so... very happy to have it in my repertoire, in that sense. Where did I put my other big brush? Here it is. Now this is actually the laser bright shit that I normally like. This is a make or break moment, because I'm gonna pop it on here and then see if it looks absolutely dreadful. And if it's not, then it's also dreadful, because I'll have to redo some of the other highlights, I think. Yeah, this is just an off-white now. Kinda like it, is the sad part. You're not small, you're a growing streamer. We all have been there and are all growing streamers. That's kind of true. It's a better way of looking at it. I don't mind calling myself small, though. It's not a put down for me. For me, the main thing is, like, I'm just here to have fun. I'm going through a lot of, like, experimentation, obviously. Still trying to, like, figure out in terms of gaming what I really want to be doing. And I'm always considering, like, trying to find something more gimmicky as, like, a shtick or whatever. But I'm also just enjoying being on here and occasionally having people come on in, chat some. And I mean, thankfully, interestingly enough, this stream has been really good in that regard, because I wouldn't say in terms of, like, views it's been insane, but obviously the summary is going to be the judge of that for the most part. But it was relatively active in terms of chat, and I am very pleased that outside of the super focused highlighting parts, I was able to stay active and talking. Did a couple bits, did some technical information. Essentially what I normally do, just, like, go deep dive into the stuff and also just shoot the shit. So I'm glad that I can stay true to what I like doing in the first place. And I'm not, like, attached. My self-esteem is not tied to my success on this platform at all. It's one of those things where I'm like, if I ever get anywhere, great. If I don't, I'm just happy to say that I've tried. And I have a very different perspective now for the people that I watch, because, it's different when you've also tried to do something, and you've kind of seen, like, wow, like, some of this stuff ain't that easy, I guess. But it's actually a heck of a lot of fun. So, the last couple of months, I definitely understand why people get fucking hooked on doing this shit. Because it is, like, very addictive. It's kind of what I was saying about painting earlier. It's very flow positive. You do something and you get some immediate feedback. That's kind of the beauty of this compared to something like YouTube making video style content. Because you have to work a lot to make, like, a well-edited YouTube video, which I've never done, by the way. I just imagine it's a lot of work. But then you put it out, and you have to, like, sit and wait. Like, okay, people are gonna look at it, and then maybe like it, maybe leave comments, but you're just waiting. You've done the work, and now all you can do is wait. Whereas here you get like immediate feedback. If you're doing something amazing, people will laugh, people will maybe make fun of you a little bit, but still, it's all part of it, I think. And it's kind of cool like that you immediately see the effects of what you're doing. It's very easy to see how you can get hooked on that. Let me draw some more lines in the meantime. This leather thing, man, where you're doing good with what I'm saying. I mean, hey, I'm glad that you think so. Ooh, that's a nice little crisscross. I kind of like that, actually. Man, maybe we did, like, a good thing with this. I'm kind of liking it. And it doesn't, like, scream so much from the rest of the model. It's not completely, like, a different vibe. Fuck, dude, that actually looks nice. I wasn't sure about it. Like, when I was putting it on, I was like, this could get really rowdy, and then now it's not so bad. I keep shilling it, but there's gonna be a picture on Twitch, because right now, with the scuffed setup that I have, it's gonna be hard to show anything about this model. So if you're curious as to what the fuck I'm talking about, then hit up my actual Twitter. I might have said Twitch earlier, by the way, brain fart moment, you know. But it's gonna be a Twitter pic for sure, because I think my phone can do a much better job of capturing a still image of this model than these webcams and this crappy laptop can in terms of like moving images. So you'll have to settle for the beauty and glory that is me right now. And by the way, extremely sorry for that, and any nightmares you might receive as a consequence. Unfortunately, I'm not authorized to pay for any therapy sessions that you may need after, you know, looking at the screen for an extended period of time with me on it. Sorry for the silence, I am drawing some precision line work. And it's looking mostly good too. Kinda dig it. I think it's subtle enough. I think it's subtle enough that it doesn't like ruin the rest of the model. Let's do the other vambrace as well while we're at it. But maybe before we do that, I might do some of the harness. Because my man is like a fucking Conan type. He's got like a leather harness on him to hold his one gigantic shoulder pad in place. I really like this white. I'm so happy that I decided to actually drop this on here. It's making up for the lack of shadows right now. Yeah, that's it. Look, I'm a man after my own heart. Like, I can't help it. I always will go for the frickin', like, white, bright highlight stuff on these things. That's actually looking rather nice now. Cool. We might do, like, a little glaze as well on the belts and stuff. Maybe pull it more towards a dark brown. Because it looks decent now, but I think it could look even better. So this is going to be the harder one, because we've done like a crisscross over here already. We have to retrace our steps. You can post more than one image to Twitter now, right? That's like a thing they did, what was it, 3 months ago? Because that would be extremely useful for me, if I could. Because turns out my man is a 3-dimensional object. He's got more than one side to him, unfortunately. I guess I could still do like a collage if not, but... Is it behind the checkmark paywall? It cannot possibly be. There would have been a larger freakout if it was tied to a paywall, right? It's kind of regular. I think it looks more like a pattern in the stuff, but it looks kind of neat. Breaks up the fact that it's just a flat surface. This is the one we gotta nail though, because it's on his like front profile. It's a little thick on that one. Maybe get some more paint from a different location. Make sure that it's very, very... Oh yeah, that's it, that's it. That's gonna be so much better. Nice, nice. There's a chance that this looks good. You know, it's true chances that does look good. Yeah. Yeah. Still fairly subtle, but workable. I'm gonna grab a little bit of this and add some more stuff to the tippy tops of the van braces for that high contrast. Again, that looks like proper promising. Bro, I'm kind of loving this so far. I'm looking forward to taking a pic and kind of seeing what people might think. It's been too long since I've actually painted, but it's kind of refreshing that it is kind of like riding a bike, you know? I've been away for a fair bit. I think last time I held the brush was probably in August, so a relatively long time ago now. But, still got it apparently. We've not really made any major mistakes in terms of brush control, which is very, very promising. At least it feels really good. Alright, let's also do like this part here. Nice. Okay. I feel like the leather stuff is essentially done. Gotta touch up the wood. We made like one little dot here that isn't supposed to be there. That should dry super fast. So I'm trying to think here, because we're running out of like the brown tones for sure at this point that we could use. Do we want to, like, what color would we want his little, like, loincloth, butt-covering cape to be? And it would also determine, I would guess, the color of his fur, like the fur that he wears. Although for the fur, I kind of want to go boring and do, like, a bluish gray. I feel like that would work pretty well. So we might do that. We might do like a bluish gray fur, which is normally what I go for in the first place. Go fur. So funny. Comedy stream in disguise, clearly. But that kind of puts us in like the bluish shade as well, I think, for the little cape, which might not be a bad thing. Blue is kind of heroic, although for like a berserker, I think red is maybe more like what you would associate with. So there's a part of me that really wants to go for the reds. But so much of the model is like brownish and greenish. The red contrast might be too much. And I think it might take away from where we want, you know, people looking. Like, he's got some actual visible musculature and all this other shit. So it would be kind of interesting to keep eyes on those parts. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I don't just want to do gray for the cape as well. I feel like that's just like a cop-out. Well, we gotta figure it out. Let's just look for a color, man. We got so many. Obviously tempted by purple. Tempted by purple because I just love purple as a color. At least the paint, it's amazing. It looks good every time. You almost cannot go wrong with it in my experience. I do have these nice reds over here too. You know what? Let's do like red. Let's do a red. Let's actually do red and just see what it's like. And then the gray is gonna counterbalance like that a little bit. It's a very neutral color. And then we can do the silver, and essentially we'll have all the base colors done. Which is not done. The model itself is not done, by the way. Which is what we were aiming for. But then we spent an hour and a half painting, like, dildos. Essentially, things that look like dildos. But then, if you're brave enough, anything is a dildo, right? That's the joke people make. So, maybe not that original on my part, but let's do some red. Let's add some red to this butt cape. Bro, that actually looks pretty good already. I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, no, red is heroic. This was a good pick. This is a good color. Let me power stance so I don't like turn my spine into even more of a question mark though. Perhaps the one casualty of tonight's stream is my own spine. But these are the prices that we pay for, well, not even quality content. Not even content, just something. Bro, this red is so good. Wild Rider red, literally too good. It's just the coverage, the color, it's all just great. Kinda in love with it. If this was an anime girl, this might be my waifu. Wild Rider red, apparently. I don't know if we'll do like a little bit more texturing on this model. I should have like worked on this guy more because he does need to be finished in some capacity by Saturday. But I kind of want to try giving the cape a texture. You always see that with like super high quality paint jobs where they do a bunch of tricks to make you actually believe that it's a complete texture. And I don't know if I'll have the time to do that. But if we would, it would be awesome to pull that off. This red was actually a great choice, man. It was absolutely fantastic. Like, it looks fantastic in my hands right now. I'll hold it up for the camera, but, you know, it's a crappy webcam. So you'll have to understand, if it looks like vomit, it's because of that, I promise. Not because it actually looks like vomit. Although maybe I'm just super biased because I've been working away at it for like a few hours. So, you know, it'll look good to me regardless of what happens. Right, I'm gonna switch to like a smaller brush because we're getting into a part that absolutely needs it. And we're getting danger close to the skin buildup that we've done. And I don't want to have to do that again, because that would be insane. Incidentally, the skin is something that if I show on stream, it looks awful with this webcam. I don't know why. I swear to you, it looks way better in real life. Okay, that's like not bad. This is not bad for like a first attempt. So right now my man looks a little bit like this. Trust me, the skin looks super bad here. None of the minute details that are on there got picked up at all by the webcam. The other webcam is a little better, but I guess for like still images it would be better. But if you're curious how this shit is gonna look at the end of the night, which is coming up soon by the way, then just hit up my Twitter link because I'll be posting it there pretty much after stream immediately. So the big thing that's on my mind now is we still gotta do like the fur, his like very fluffy crotch protector piece, and the backside of his boots. And if we did that, then we could get into the metal, and at least most of the base colors, except for his base, would actually be on. Base colors except the base is a funny way of phrasing it, but I hope that people understood. No, let's not do straight up white. We want to go gray, and there's only one gray that I really like, is the big thing. And I'm looking for it. I'm scanning. Here we go. No, it's not this one. How could I get bamboozled by myself like this? I'm looking for Celestra Gray, if you know the Citadel paints. I don't know why, but I really like that one. It's not so much of a neutral gray. It has like some definite bluish vibes in there, I think. Maybe I'm just colorblind. Remains to be seen. But I like it for a fur color. And I think it's gonna look nice. Hopefully it won't look like he's got an overgrown pubic hair thing going on, because he does have like a fur cod piece essentially. The back of the boots is like whatever. I mean, you know, people will see, but his furry crotch might be a problem if it looks too much like it's his own fur. So we'll have to think about that as we're doing this. There's a little bit of red in our paint water, but I think the gray is still strong enough here. This is a base color, yeah. So I think it has enough pigmentation to make this work. Yeah, this size brush should be ample good, small layer. You ever think that the paints feel bad about getting bullied for their size? Like small? Like who decides what's a small layer and what isn't? Gotta rescue some of the body workup that we did. I think we're good now, though. Just to be on the safe side, I'll get like a little piece of kitchen paper to soak it up. Had a little bit of a brush touch that was not meant to be. But I think he's good. I see no issue. You just gotta get nerves of steel and not like poop your pants when something like that happens. That's the big secret that no one wants you to know. We will probably need like at least 2 coats of this. Because even though the pigmentation is strong, we also have like a ton of green underneath this that's kind of tinting it already. We'll need a couple layers before this actually starts looking the way we want it to. Or maybe not. This looks a little better than I thought it would after like 1 coat. I don't think it looks like it's his crotch hair. So at least there's that. That's like a big plus for me right now. Because that's the main fear that I had. So context here for anybody coming in and not having any clue what's going on, because this is a very scuffed stream. I'm painting a Reaper Minis Goldar the Barbarian, typical Conan type guy, who's got like a furry codpiece thing going on. And my biggest fear in the world right now is that this half-orc character that I play in Pathfinder is gonna look like he's got the hairiest crotch in the world. So we need to make it look like it's an artificial thing that he's wearing, rather than an organic thing that is, you know, spewing forth from his crotch area, because that is not ideal. That is not how a respectable warrior rolls. Like, he's got a battle axe. He could probably trim that shit in between battles, right? I'm kidding. But yeah, we want it to look actually like, you know, fur that he's wearing rather than fur that he's growing. Although I think it helps his case that he's got no hair. Like, he's completely hairless. So he's got like a Lex Luthor, almost Kratos kind of vibe going on. I feel like it's harder to think that my man has like hair everywhere except, well, he has hair nowhere except his crotch. Hopefully, you know, people will understand. And if not, I mean, hey, it's kind of a funny thing, so I guess if I get bullied for it, it's whatever. I picked this model because it's got like a rippling physique. He's got vascularity to die for. I really want to do the metal, but I think we're going to wait just a second. And I guess I'm going to try... Hopefully this doesn't crash our other webcam by me switching over to here. I'm also trying to figure out what would be like a good way of doing this. Maybe if I put him here. Maybe like that. You know what? Let me like do this. I'm attempting to switch the camera so that maybe we can also show the guy on stream a little bit. Let's see. So that's what our man looks like a little bit. If I hold very still, you might be able to see. You can kind of see the skin workup that we did there, that I'm so extremely proud of. Even though, again, even with this camera, it doesn't show up that well. Oh, and we didn't crash. Joy of joys. You see, it wasn't an extremely bad idea to have both of these webcams here. I'm very happy to actually have them both. But yeah, he's got most of the colors on now. Some of it is kind of final. He's got no metal work done currently, so that's still missing. Belt buckles, a couple little bits and pieces on his right-hand van brace, the axe head obviously, and the boots themselves are going to get some silver, essentially. Maybe gunmetal and then into silver, we'll see. Usually prefer that workup, but we're trying some different stuff here. Oh, and obviously his pauldron. Like, he's got a giant fucking pauldron as well that we gotta, like, still paint. So those don't have any color. We need, like, a second layer on all the fur, as we mentioned. That's a big thing we need to do. Potentially a second layer on the little, like, cloak that he's wearing to just make it, like, nicer. I'm just looking to put down at least 1 to 2 coats on everything now. His skin is kind of final. But I say kind of, because if we end up doing the metal, the normal recipe that I tend to do, with a lot of chipping, then I might change my mind and go back and add some more to his skin. Because I usually go for, like, hyper-highlighted stuff. And I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll pick up, like, one of the other models that I did, an actual Warhammer model, because this is Reaper. So give me a sec, I'm walking off stream, don't worry, it still exists. It still exists. Let's see. This is like a chunky boy that looks kind of cool. So normally my style would be something like this, and I think he shows up. He's kind of washed out, but you can kind of see it. He's got like some very prominent highlights, kind of all over the place. You can kind of see it on the mushrooms, especially on his back. But normally that's like my style, almost like a comically over-highlighted thing. It's what I really like doing. This guy has been a little different, and I kind of took it as a challenge to not go so hard on the actual Tron-esque gigabright highlights, just do something a little bit more reasonable, explore some more volumetric stuff and some texture-based, like, fun. And it mostly has worked. Now, the thing is, though, for the metal, it's inevitably going to be a lot of hyper-highlighting. I guess we can see if I can maybe do some transitionary work in there so that, you know, we don't go from, like, gunmetal, darkened gunmetal even, all the way to, like, bright silver. Because that's what I like doing with metal, to be honest with you. I think it looks fucking amazing, but not everyone seems to agree. But I like it, and it's my model. But if I do that, then I'm kind of pushing myself in a corner that the rest of the model needs to have similar, like, extremely high color contrast. So we'll see. We'll actually see which direction we end up going. Incidentally, the stalling is working because the gray is also drying on the model. So I'm going to get another coat of gray and go back in. And hopefully that will finish off, if you will, the fur for the time being. Like I said, I'm just looking to hopefully get like a little color down on everything. And another thing we could do while we're here, you know what, that gray can wait just a second, because we have some brown. This is Mornfang Brown airbrush paint, actually, which I really like because you can go straight from the pot and make everybody jealous of your ability to go straight from the pot. And we're going to apply that to the base, because that's why I actually bought it, to do like some mud effects and stuff on like a larger scale for some terrain projects. So we'll test it out on this lad, because I pre-textured his base before I even gave him some spray primer. So maybe we'll even have his base have some color. There's some brown on there now, so I guess he does have some color, incidentally. Let's do second coat on the fur right here. And Celestia Gray is like such a beautiful paint. I've used it extensively, but it's just so nice. Go into these like folds as well. I mentioned this before on this model. So this is a Reaper Mini, definitely hand sculpted model. The hand sculpt is usually really good because it means someone had to make all the stuff on it with like a tool or a brush or something, or their fingers, so there has to be a way for you to be able to reach in there too, to get that. So these kind of old style sculpted models have that one advantage over a lot of the more modern digitally sculpted stuff, where you can always access all the details. Anything you can see, you can definitely touch. And if you can't see it, there might not even be anything there to touch. Now, obviously, this does mean they lack detail in some places, but incidentally, in this case, it's kind of good because I don't have to think of like, oh, how the hell am I going to reach into, like, in between his legs where, like, his little, like, loincloth codpiece thing is. It's like, well, I can just reach in there because there's always been a way to reach in there. And the guy had to build it in a way where he could reach in there. So it takes the pressure off a little bit in that regard. It does mean a lot of the other stuff that you run into is kind of oversized. So he's got, you know, this giant axe thing, and on his back, the axe haft is kind of misshapen because they couldn't like put like a little distance between his body and the axe. The way they casted it, he has to like be touching it to his back. So I think once we're actually painting it, either with highlights or something, we'll have to play around a little bit to hide some of that. But again, I don't mind. Sometimes the more old school style of like, yo, like an actual human being sat down and sculpted this out of like modeling putty is kind of refreshing, to be honest. The hyper detailed kits that GW is putting out these days are definitely welcome. They look fucking cool as hell. But at the same time, sometimes you want like something old style like this. I mean, I was gushing about the Convergence of Dominion earlier, which is what we like shaded 6 of these essentially. Don't ask me why I have 6. I don't know. Like, these are not good on the tabletop. They're terrain. Why would you buy them? I don't know if they're still even available. I hope. Well, part of me hopes that they aren't, because I might have to get a third set. And at that point, I'll have 9. Why the fuck do you need 9? Like, most people don't own 3. I own 6 currently, but I want more. They look cool, is my only excuse. They look incredibly cool. But I don't think we'll be doing anything with them tonight any further. I was thinking maybe I'll do some dry brushing on them, but I don't think we're gonna do that, to be honest. I'm having way too much fun on little Berserker Man over here. And he's more important right now, because no one cares if my terrain gets painted or not. Well, I might, but I don't care that much. But this Saturday, this guy is gonna be doing stuff in Pathfinder. Like, I'm playing in a fucking RPG and he's not painted. And he wasn't painted for the last one. Can you imagine the shame? I can't, I was there. It was sad. At least I had the excuse, because my delivery got delayed then. So he wasn't delivered on time, but now he's been in my possession for about 5 weeks. And of course, like any good player, I'm painting him days before the event. Because, you know, when else would you paint him? Imagine having time management skills. Your average streamer can only imagine, and I'm not even an average streamer. I'm not even a decent human being. Bro, this Wild Rider Red, though. I'm kinda in love with it. It looks nice. Might have made a little mistake there, but I think it's nothing that we can't touch up. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. We're gonna employ the Bob Ross school of thought. Let's add some more here. We'll have to like come back in with some black, I think. He's got like a billowing cape thing going on, and that's exactly like a piece where we'll need to reintroduce some black, I think. Because the way he was cast is he doesn't have any like holes in the cloak, even in the billowing parts. Oh, and we need a smaller brush too. Still need to apply some of that red. Alright, we've reached one of the most exciting parts of this. Coming up now, for me at least. The exciting part is gonna be doing the metal, actually. Painting some of the metal. Now, I don't know if I'll actually do the belt buckles and stuff. Remains to be seen if we'll do that, but we might. We might just do that, though. We definitely want to hit the axe head and the boots. That's a big one that we want to do. Abso-fucking-lutely. The only thing is, some of the red around the boots needs to dry, essentially. And also, but I mean in the meantime we can focus on the axe head. Now, I think I got some lead belcher. And although it's not my favorite paint, we're gonna use it. Because it's a very dark, gunmetal-y kind of paint. Perfect for what we want right now. And if we're gonna do this properly, then we're gonna need to do like a proper workup. Also, the lid of this thing is already coming off, and this is the first time I'm opening it. Games Workshop quality control. Omega Low, imagine having quality control in today's day and age. Yes, I'm calling them out. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. Well, pound if you want to be exact. Like, they should have better quality control, bro. They should actually make good product. I'm so scared of over-diluting this when it really doesn't matter that much. Alrighty, let's get in there. Let's just fucking hit that axe head. It's been begging for some paint all night. Oh, baby. Let's dilute it a little bit more. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a multiple coats kind of situation, but it does look nice. It does look nice. Not denying that. I'd rather still over-dilate it because, well, dilute it so that it doesn't, like, get streaks in it, essentially. Nice, nice. So that's one coat on. We'll need a second for sure, but at least this right now is like kind of promising looking. Just moving around the excess paint a little. There's not exactly detail to be lost, but I want to avoid like that streaking, the telltale streaking of you apply too much paint. Nice, we're now hitting one of the boots. Be not afraid of that like little clicky sound. That was just my heating turning on. Well, this is almost a model now that I wouldn't like mind putting on the table, you know? It almost doesn't look like ass. Almost. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. I'm really looking forward to doing the vambrace. We might have to do some gold detail on him as well, at least on the armor. What little armor he wears. Can't really see the bottom of his boots on that side. Let's make a fine point on our brush, if at all possible, and try to do these little nubs. He's got like 3 little circular looking nubs on the vambrace. I think I cut them off on the other side because they were very like, detail was just lost essentially. So I decided to remove them 100%. Oh, and the actual vambrace is still something that we need to do. Tough part here is, again, we want to almost over-dilute this paint to make sure that it goes on smooth, because we definitely don't want any streaks in it. I'd rather do multiple coats and have it look kind of actually believable, you know? He does look like a medieval fucking super mutant. The more I work on him, the more I'm convinced I've accidentally created a super mutant. But I guess, what are super mutants if not half-orc, like barbarians? It's fairly similar of a concept, I guess. And he's also got like 3 other little armor pieces here. Those are going to be kind of a pain to highlight due to their size, I think. Okay, he's got 1 little layer of paint on every little part now, except the pet rock that he's standing on. So let's... I guess maybe we should also do like another layer of that brown on the base, the choco brown. He has to look like he's standing on like a chocolate chip cookie. Incidentally, it's just Morphang brown. It's also good for like a mud color, but it's much more fun to imagine him in an oversized kitchen standing on a cookie. The rock is going to be hard, actually. Well, I guess we could darken down some gray, because we've already used my favorite gray, Celestia Gray, on my man in other cases. I mean, hey, I'm kind of liking how he looks so far. He still needs a ton of work, as it turns out. But it's way late. It's almost 1 fucking a.m.? What happened? Oh yeah, we started later than we normally do. That's why. I'm like, normally I look at the runtime, and I kind of got a good idea of how long... you know, how long I've been on here, obviously, but also what the time actually is. So, I believe we're going to be ending soon, probably in a couple minutes. I don't think I'll be raiding anybody. I guess I could move over there and do it, but nah, I'm not going to. Since I don't have any of my assets here, because this is like a temporary laptop setup that we have, I'll probably just end the stream very randomly, very unprofessional of me. But if you're curious what the fuck I was working on in the first place, then I would say hit up my Twitter, because it's actually going to include a picture of this guy, the way he currently looks. So if you want to see what he is like, instead of, you know, with shitty webcam footage, then I would say, hey man, drop on over there and take a good look. And either way, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for bearing with the abysmal video quality. It's something that will hopefully be better in the future. Perhaps not in the near future, but in the future for sure. We'll definitely, you know, work on improving it. And either way, I might be live tomorrow. Probably not with painting, but we'll see. There's a reason to paint because my man needs to get done, but yeah, I also got other stuff to do. Well, other stuff that I would like to do. So no promises, but I might be live. If I am live, you'll see it on the schedule tab most likely. And again, Twitter is a thing where I'll most likely post about it. But hey, I'm gonna go to bed, and if you're in EU time, you probably should too. And I will see you guys next time. I'm just gonna end stream completely unprofessional, no end anything. I don't got any of that, so goodbye.